Hey, good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. So we're here to bring you coverage of Biden updates and the Trump Vance rally. I thought Trump and Vance were going to both speak at 5 p.m., but it looks like Vance might be speaking already. All right, hang on a second. Let me get you Vance speaking. And what I'm going to do, I have to kind of just hang on a moment here. J.D. Vance started speaking. I thought he was going to speak at 5. I think Reuters did too. So he's speaking earlier than Trump is. Okay, so hang on. Give me a second here. This was not anticipated. Let me get this on the screen. So what I think I'm going to have to do for the moment is Right Side Broadcasting very nicely lets me use their feed when I don't have the Reuters one. And I will have the Reuters one soon, but I think right now I need to just get to Right Side and use their feed temporarily. Hang on. So again, I apologize. I did not know Vance was going to start speaking so early, like an hour and a half before Trump. All right, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Let me just get this going. I apologize. All right, hang on, folks. Hang on here. So again, this is courtesy of Right Side Broadcasting until I get my footage. Okay, I'm going to J.D. Vance right now. I'll put up courtesy of Right Side Broadcasting on the screen. But give me one moment here.
But if you have kids, whatever their ages, you know, kids make mistakes. They just do. And one of the things that President Trump wants to do is build the kind of country where kids can make mistakes and learn from them instead of those mistakes taking their life. Isn't that just common sense? President Trump wants to make our streets safe enough that your kids can make a mistake without it ruining their life. He wants to make our economy strong enough so that you can maybe start a business or start another job where doing and getting a second chance is not something that only happens to the lucky or to the privileged few, but happens to everybody who works hard and plays by the rules. President Trump, in other words, wants to build a country that actually works for the citizens of this country once again. He did it for 4 years. He did it so successfully for 4 years. We've never, think about this, my friends, we have never had an election where you have 4 years of one guy and 4 years of the other guy. And who could possibly reject the idea that 4 years of President Trump has been a hell of a lot better than 4 years of Joe Biden, right? That's right. And we've got an opportunity to do it. We've got an opportunity to win a lot of races up and down the ballot, to re-establish American dominance in energy, to drill, baby, drill, and kick out the drug cartels of our country. Man, what are they putting the water in Grand Rapids here? You guys are a lot of fun. But I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving me such a warm welcome, for giving me and President Trump the opportunity to win your vote, for working so hard over the next 4 months, because we want an America that works for Americans, and the only way to do it is to re-elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. I'm going to do everything I can. I know you will too. God bless you, and thank you, each and every one of you, from the bottom of my heart. I'm so grateful, and I won't forget it.
Okay, so again, I had no idea now the headline's all messed up. I got to fix the headline, but I apologize. So the official rally start time, I believe, was 5 p.m. And like Reuters didn't even start their footage yet. I had no idea Vance was going to speak this early. And I think he spoke like 90 minutes before Trump. So I do apologize for that. It was very confusing. Let me just, I got to fix the headline. I'm so confused right now. Give me a second here. Give me 1 second. Yes, I'll prove it to you. I will prove it to you. Look. Oops, you can't see that. Hold on. Hang on a second. Hang on a moment. Everything's all messed up now. I got to prove this to you. There. Look. It says President Trump and Vice Presidential nominee Senator J.D. Vance to hold a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I need my pen so I can draw on the screen and prove it to you. It was so strange. I'm going to circle it for you. Look at this. I'm circling it. I'm going to make a big circle around it. Right here. Event. Ooh, you can't see that. You'll see it in 2 seconds when I fix what I just did. Now I got to fix this. Hold on. Where is this? Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. There. Right there. What does it say? Event details 5 p.m. Eastern time. It says 5 p.m. Eastern. Trump and Vance to hold a rally at 5 p.m. Eastern. Some people think they're having Vance go early for security. I don't know. I have no idea. So again, I do apologize. Trump is going to speak at 5 p.m. I would have, if I knew that J.D. Vance was coming on at 3:15, an hour and 45 minutes before the rally official start time, I would have come on earlier and showed it to you. So let me update the headline. I got to update everything, okay? So I got to put up on the headline that Trump is speaking at 5 p.m. Eastern time. What a mess. Trump to speak at rally at 5 ET. Will Biden drop out? Trump speaks at 5 ET. Get rid of the clock, too. What a mess. What a mess. Sorry. I'll be all set to go here in a second. But again, it was also really weird because like Reuters didn't even, their feed that I can use from Reuters, it didn't even go live yet. It's the Reuters feed that I can use doesn't go live until 4:45. Anyways, all right, let me fix the headline here. That's obviously wrong. Anyways. Give me 1 second here. Okay. All right, so we're back. So we will have Trump speaking live at his rally at 5 p.m. Eastern time. We got about 2 minutes of J.D. Vance because he spoke like an hour and 40 minutes before Trump, and I had no idea that was going to happen. Okay, and the official start time for the rally is 5 Eastern time. Anyways, let me take some of your comments. Let's get caught up here. welcome to the stream. First of all, Louis R. says someone in logistics must have messed up because none of the major news networks were covering it either. Was Fox not even covering it? I didn't even have time to look. Did Fox not even cover it? It was very strange, though. It was very strange. Hold on a second here. Thanks, by the way, to Louis R. and Queen of the South and Janet Burnett and Ron Dolabio for your support. I really appreciate that. Also, I want to thank our moderators who are here. We have Havasumam and One Way Street and Ruth Krafasi. They're all moderating. Thank you for being here. Also, we have moderating. Thank you to Sarah, Papa Bear, Riff Tracks, and Surly Dev over there on Twitch. And thanks to our Facebook moderators. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. And thanks to our Facebook moderators. Just thank them. Then we'll get into this. That was so weird. Margaret Riley. Thanks. And Ronald Egnor over there. Thanks, Ronald and Margaret. Okay, so again, we will have Trump speaking at 5 p.m. Eastern time in a little over an hour. And we were going to give you some Biden updates. But, hang on a second here. Inked Patriot said Fox News didn't cover Vance. Again, I just don't know if that was like a schedule that people were not anticipating. But I would have to imagine, I would think so. Because I would think if Reuters had known that Vance was going to speak that early, they would have had their stream that I can use go live earlier. Literally, the rally, the official start time is 5 p.m. Eastern time. But thanks to Right Side Broadcasting for letting me use their feed. We got about 2 minutes of it. Thanks to Right Side. So thanks, Right Side. Okay, so hey, this just came out right when I was coming on the air. So Ronnie Jackson, who is a member of Congress and a former White House doctor for former President Trump, hang on a second here. Give me one moment. Just give me one moment here. He released a statement on Trump's recovery post-assassination attempt, which I didn't even get a chance to fully read because it came out right as we were coming on the air. So let's look at Ronnie Jackson's statement on Trump's recovery post-assassination attempt. Hang on one second here. I'm going to read this to you. Yes, and as one of our viewers said, good point, Ronnie Jackson served as physician to the president from 2013 to 2018 under both Obama and Trump. So thank you to our viewer for mentioning that. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's talk about this. Annie mentioned it. Muted Growl mentioned it. Some of our viewers mentioned it. Thank you. Okay, so here is the new message from Ronnie Jackson. Update, to Memorandum for Concerned Citizens of the United States from Ronnie Jackson, MD, former physician to the president. Update on the health of former President Donald J. Trump. As the former appointed physician to the president for former President Donald J. Trump, I was naturally very concerned, as was the entire world, about his well-being after the assassination attempt on his life. As such, I met him in Bedminster, New Jersey, late that evening to personally check on him and offer my assistance in any way possible. I have been with former President Trump since that time, and I have evaluated and treated his wound daily. He is doing well. As reported and witnessed by the entire world, he sustained a gunshot wound to the right ear from a high-powered rifle used by the would-be assassin. The bullet passed, coming less than a quarter of an inch from entering his head, and struck the top of his right ear. The bullet track produced a 2-centimeter wide wound, it's almost an inch, that extended down to the cartilaginous surface of the ear. There was initially significant bleeding, followed by marked swelling of the entire upper ear. The swelling has since resolved, and the wound is beginning to granulate and heal properly. Based on the highly vascular nature of the ear, there is still intermittent bleeding requiring a dressing to be in place. Given the broad and blunt nature of the wound itself, no sutures, stitches, I believe that is, were required. Let's continue here. He says the former president was initially treated by the medical staff at Butler Memorial Hospital in Butler, Pennsylvania, who did an excellent job of evaluating him and treating his wound. I want to thank them for their outstanding care. They provided a thorough evaluation for additional injuries that included a CT of his head. He will have further evaluations, including a comprehensive hearing exam as needed. He will follow up with his primary care physician as directed by the doctors that initially evaluated him. So it's interesting. He did have a CT scan. We hadn't heard that before. Hang on, a little more of the. It's also known as a CAT scan. So he did have a CAT scan. Let me read the last two paragraphs here. Oops, that's not right. Why is it doing that? Hang on, it's doing this. Hold on a second. Hang on. I'll finish. I'm going to read you the rest of it right now. I just had to fix something here. Getting the wrong thing. They're getting the wrong thing. Okay. That should be correct. Oh, I know why. There you go. No, that's also wrong. Why is it showing that? Oh, there we go. Here's the last two paragraphs. In summary, former President Trump is doing well. He said former down there. I don't know why it says former at the bottom and not any of the other times. Anyways, he writes, in summary, former President Trump is doing well, and he is recovering as expected from the gunshot wound sustained last Saturday afternoon. I am extremely thankful his life was spared. It is an absolute miracle he wasn't killed. I am heading to the rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan with former President Trump now, and I will remain at his side throughout the weekend to provide any medical assistance he needs. I plan to return to Washington, D.C. on Monday, and then I will return home to Amarillo, Texas at the conclusion of the week. Respectfully, Ronnie L. Jackson, former physician to the president. Okay. So again, now this isn't the hospital. I don't know why the hospital hasn't said anything, unless Trump has said don't say anything. But he wasn't at the hospital, but he said he examined him at Bedminster that night, and the bullet track produced a 2-centimeter wide wound that extended down to the cartilaginous surface of the ear. He also said Trump had a CAT scan. I've heard nothing. This is the first we've heard he had a CAT scan. So I'm going to assume the CAT scan didn't reveal anything bad, but it doesn't even say what the results of the CAT scan are. It would be good to have the results of the CAT scan, given that we now know that he had one, but it says nothing there. Also, it says he will also have a comprehensive hearing exam. Is that because maybe the bullet made some loud noise when it hit his ear or something? I don't know. I have no idea. By the way, I will post I posted this letter on my X account. I'm actually going to post a link to the letter in the chat. I'll just post it in the chat so you can read it yourself. I'll do that right now. It's a memo, the memo. I just posted the link in the chat. You can actually read it yourself. But that's it. You know, I did hear a doctor last night, Jonathan Reiner, say that if a bullet, I believe that a bullet could in theory have some concussive impact on your head. I don't know if it's because of the sound or because the bullet's going so close to your head and it's pushing the air away with such a force. I don't know. But he did say, like, I think his name is Jonathan Reiner, doctor, on TV. He did say that it would be possible that Trump had a CAT scan, but he didn't know if he did. Randy J says probably kinetic energy. Percussive effect, says sidewalk connoisseur. All right, so we are going to cover in about 1 hour. Trump is speaking from the rally, and we'll cover that live. And this just came out right before we came on the air. So I want to show you this. Hired Gun thinks CT scans are pretty much standard procedure for most head wounds. That's what Hired Gun says. I don't know. Wikipedia says a CT scan is a imaging technique used to obtain detailed internal images of the body. The rally is in Michigan, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Hey, thanks, Mr. Kitty, our new member. All right, let me just check and see. I just want to make sure there's no other news that came out. A-Star says it would be because of percussion. All right, so we'll probably talk about that more a little later. All right, hang on. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any updates here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the Biden situation while we wait for Trump to speak. Let's talk about that. Yeah, yesterday, I believe yesterday, 12 Democrats in Congress, if it wasn't exactly that, it was around that, came out and said they did not want Biden to run. And so far today, I believe there's been one additional one. So the one I've heard about today was, The one I've heard about today was Mark Takano, who is a Democratic congressman from California. So this is the one I've heard about today, which means it's like 30 something, which is over 10% of 10% of Democrats in Congress. Empty Nest Garden says Mueller, she wrote, has posted a list of 83% of Dems who are backing Biden. Well, that's just false because, as I understand it, most of the members of Congress have not openly come out and said one way or the other. There's more in Congress who have openly come out in support of Biden than openly against him. But I've seen numerous like spreadsheets posted which suggest that there's the greater number is who haven't said anything. It's certainly not 83%. That it's not the case that 83% have come out openly in support of Biden running. But I'll have to try to get you an updated spreadsheet on that. Let me read you the Mark Takano thing. I was trying to find the link to the spreadsheet. I can't find it right now. Chris B. thinks silence speaks volumes. Yeah, I am looking right now at an updated spreadsheet from the New York Times, and they list the number as, in terms of expressed support, I'm just trying to eyeball it here, but they got about, all right, that'd be like 8, 9, 15, 16, 21, 28, 30, 35, 45, 55, 65, 70. Yeah. So in the New York Times, according to the New York Times, about 75 have expressed support. About 30 something have said he should step aside, and about 20 something have expressed concern, which, given that I think there's 200 something in Congress, would mean roughly 80 of them have said nothing. So it would just be incorrect to say 83% of them support Biden running. It's just not true. Anyways, that aside, let's look at this one. But that's the rough numbers right there. All right, let's look at what Mark Takano said. But there were like a dozen yesterday. I think the biggest one yesterday was Senator Sherrod Brown of Ohio. Okay, this is Mark Takano. He's the only one who's come out today. He said, Mark Takano calls on Joe Biden to pass torch to Kamala Harris. So he says, perhaps no president in my lifetime has accomplished more as a single term or has been as decent a human being as Joe Biden. I am proud to have worked with him to keep our country afloat during the worst days of the COVID-19 pandemic by passing the American Rescue Plan, delivering historic climate change investments in the Inflation Reduction Act, and creating the high-tech jobs of the future with the CHIPS and Science Act. As the ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I have the special privilege of working with the president to do right by our veterans and their families in his 2022 State of the Union. President Biden called on Congress to work with him to pass a law to make sure veterans devastated by toxic exposure in Iraq and Afghanistan finally receive the benefits and the comprehensive health care they deserve. As the author of the Honoring Our Pact Act, which addressed this exact challenge and many others that veterans face, I worked with my congressional colleagues and the president to answer this call. After countless hours of work by too many people to name, we passed this once-in-a-generation expansion of veterans care. Already more than 1 million Pact Act disability compensation benefit claims have been granted. No one has done more for our veterans and their families than President Biden. President Biden's greatest accomplishment remains saving democracy in 2020. He can and must do it so again in 2024 by passing the torch to Vice President Harris as the Democratic Party presidential nominee. It has become clear to me, says Congressman Takano, that the demands of a modern campaign are now best met by the vice president, who can seamlessly transition into the role of the party's standard bearer. The daughter of immigrants, a proud HBCU graduate and a tenacious prosecutor, and now the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, is ready for this moment. She has been an invaluable governing partner to the president and can run on their many shared achievements on behalf of the American people. Vice President Harris has the message, resources, and experience to defeat Donald Trump and safeguard our republic. Joe, I love and respect you, but the stakes are too high to fail. It's time to pass the torch to Kamala. That is from Mark Takano, California Democrat in Congress. That came out today. That came out about 5 hours ago. It's the only one I know from today. And here is the biggest one from yesterday. Was widely seen as Sherrod Brown. By the way, I hope I'm not mispronouncing his name. I'm saying Sherrod. I guess it could be Sherrod. Let me look it up. Does Wikipedia say? People from Ohio will know. Sherrod. Yes, Sherrod. Ben says it's the first one. I just looked it up. Wikipedia says Sherrod. Here is what Sherrod Brown said. Kaltenberg says, first pronunciation correct. I agree with the many Ohioans who have reached out to me. At this critical time, our full attention must return to these important issues. I think the president should end his campaign. This came out around 6 p.m. yesterday. Over the last few weeks, I've heard from Ohioans on important issues, such as how to continue to grow jobs in our state, give law enforcement the resources to crack down on fentanyl, protect Social Security and Medicare from cuts, and prevent the ongoing efforts to impose a national abortion ban. These are the issues Ohioans care about, and it is my job to keep fighting for them. I agree with the many Ohioans who have reached out to me. At this critical time, our full attention must return to these important issues. I think the president should end his campaign. Doesn't really elaborate much, but he thinks the president should not be running. And Sherrod Brown is running for re-election in Ohio this year, in November. But so far, one today after like around 12 yesterday. I might not have the exact number right, but it was roughly a dozen. All right, I want to get some thoughts from you guys. We might do a poll here too. So there's this question of like, how many other Democrats think this and just haven't come out and said it yet? I can't tell you. If it's a couple days from now, are we going to see a lot more of these Democratic Congress people going public? That I don't know. What do you think? Give me a shout. I'm going to read some comments for you right now as we wait for Trump is going to speak in 51 minutes, and we will bring you that live. Oh my gosh. Oh yes, well that's weird. So I'm going to have to use right side. I got to use right side for the for him speaking. Hold on a second. Hang on one second here. Okay. So we will need to use right side for Trump's speech. The Reuters, for some reason, don't ask me why, they literally, I don't know if they had a technical issue. Reuters like canceled the feed I could use. So I got to use the right side feed for Trump speaking. Okay. No, I am fatness. We're not talking about the Israel bombing. We're not talking about Israel strikes on Yemen, because that's not what we're covering here. So I've been posting about it on my X account. So we're not going to talk about that now because it's not really relevant to what's going on here. So I'm sorry. I appreciate your support, I am fatness. But to answer your question, we're going to not talk about that because we're going to keep it on the focus on this. Thank you. Also, thank you to Crazy Yoda, who thinks it would be undemocratic to get rid of the duly voted on candidate after the voters have spoken in the primaries. If I were a voter voting, I'd be pretty upset. So, Crazy Yoda, I will just give 3 responses that potentially might be given to your to what you said. First of all, Crazy Yoda, I really appreciate your support for the channel. So, this if somebody was to say, hey, it's undemocratic to get rid of Biden, here's 3 things that people who support getting rid of Biden might say in response. First of all, they might say, well, just look at the polling. The polling, there's many, many polls that suggest the majority of Democrats do not want Biden to keep running. So based on those polls suggest it's just not true that the majority of Democrats want Biden to be their candidate. Second of all, and I've seen some Democrats say this, Democratic voters, some Democratic voters say, well, we didn't have full information about him when we voted on him, because like when I saw the debate, I didn't know he was like that. I've heard Democratic voters say this kind of thing. I had no idea he was like that. If I knew he was like that, I wouldn't have voted for him. So that's point 2. And point 3 is I've heard numerous Democrats say, well, we didn't really have a primary. The Democratic Party did not have a competitive primary for him. There were no realistically competitive candidates. So there was no chance to vote on anybody else. So those are just 3 responses that someone might give to the claim that it's an undemocratic, that if Biden steps aside, it is undemocratic because the Democrats voted on Biden in the primary. I'm not saying you have to agree with these arguments. I'm just saying these are several arguments that people might make against that claim. I appreciate it, Crazy Yoda. Also, thank you so much to PZ Papa Zulu for your support of the channel as well. Our viewer Maven's Picks thinks DNC kept all contenders off the ballots and basically only had Biden on ballots. That's not democratic. That's what Maven's Picks thinks. One of our viewers said he's not the nominee. Where is it here? Digital Common Connected Media says the convention has not endorsed him yet. Officially, you're the nominee when the delegates vote for you. That has not happened yet. The Democratic convention is coming up on August 19th. There's this weird thing going on. I don't really want to get into it, but there are some people in the Democratic Party who want to have a virtual roll call to have the delegates vote on who the nominee is before the convention. And the original reason for wanting to do that was that Ohio originally had, I believe, an August 7th deadline that you had to submit the nominee to Ohio to get on the Ohio ballot. But Ohio fixed that. The legislature in Ohio passed a fix. The governor signed the fix. Ohio fixed that. Ohio's deadline is not until after the convention now. So there is no more Ohio deadline as a reason to have the early roll call. So to me, what's happening is some people in the Democratic Party just want to stop a rebellion against Biden, so they want to have the roll call early. That seems like the obvious take on what's happening. So I can't tell you for sure, but that seems to me like what's happening. But it's not clear if there will be a virtual delegate vote before the convention. That is not clear. But what is clear is that Ohio passed a fix, and the legislature passed it, and the governor signed it, and the ballot deadline for Ohio to get a nominee in is now after the convention, the Democratic convention. Let's see here. Let me read some more comments from you guys. Roberson, our viewer, thinks Democrats are not divided. They just want a candidate that can beat Trump. Now, I mean, look, they're divided in the sense of some Democrats want Biden to run and want Biden to be the candidate. One of our viewers mentioned AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who posted an Instagram video a couple days ago talking about this, which I have not watched. I read an article about it, but I didn't watch it. I have to go back and refresh my memory. Where she said, it's like 50, I'm not going to play it now. It's like 50 minutes long. Yeah, so an MSNBC article recently summarized her Instagram video as a warning to her party about the chaos that could ensue if they succeed in pushing Biden off the ticket. She warned that a brokered convention could lead to chaos. And she thinks there could be serious legal and procedural challenges that are likely to ensue. Anyways, if you want to, you can go to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Instagram. Sorry, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on Instagram, which is, I will give you the account name. It's AOC. It's AOC on Instagram. That's the handle. And it's this. I think it's the second video posted. If you want to watch that. Crazy Yoda says it's not going to be that easy unless Biden actually bows out. That's actually the only way it can happen, because if he doesn't, well, the other way it could happen is if somehow there's this unanticipated rebellion of the delegates and they decide not to vote for him, even though that they're pledged to him. That's a possibility. But I haven't heard right now that the majority of delegates are going to not vote for him if he's still running. Hey, by the way, thanks to the Silver Sergeant for your support, who says, why not just resign from office, hand the office over to Kamala, then build her status as the president over the next few months? So, first of all right, so just to be clear here, let's suppose Biden resigned from office, and Harris took over as president. She would not thereby be the automatic nominee, in the same way that Biden wasn't the automatic nominee, even though he was president. So just to be clear, now it sounds like you're not saying that. You're saying, like, why not make her be president? So, I mean, look, you can imagine all kinds of reasons. So, I mean, I think the most important one is he still wants to run. He clearly wants to run. So, if he wants to run, then clearly he doesn't want to resign. So that would be the most obvious reason, is that he doesn't want to. But just to also be clear, I have not heard major Democrats that I've seen. There has not been a large outcry among influential Democrats and Democrats in Congress for Biden to resign the presidency. But Silver Sergeant thinks he should consider doing that to build Harris's status as an election strategy. Hey, thank you, Silver Sergeant. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support. Thanks also to Willie Rock for your support. Under what circumstances can Biden be forced to resign as a candidate, apart from a medical emergency, of course? No, he can't. He can't be forced. So he could be impeached for wrongdoing, but that's not happened. There's no sign of that happening. He can be, the 25th Amendment, in theory, allows a president to be taken over for if the president can't fulfill his duties. But that's not an argument that you hear prominent Democrats making, that he's somehow medically incapable of fulfilling his duties. So basically, no, he can't be forced to resign. It's going to have to come from him. If you're talking about resigning the presidency, that would have to come from him. It's in the absence of one of the other two cases. Our viewer Pestilent Truth thinks Harris would lose to Trump. Bunker Buster says 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. Skyfall thinks if Democrats want him out, he will be out. Now, look, there's been a bunch of news about donors in recent days pulling back from donating to the Biden campaign and to Democrats. For example, just as an example, the New York Times had an article a couple days ago saying that the amount of support for the president, for Biden, from major donors is anticipated to be, in July, is anticipated to be half of the June amount. Okay, that's what the New York Times said. They said that what the numbers suggest right now is that the donations to Biden from major donors will be half in July what they were in June. Okay? So that's one example. There was also another report yesterday, just to summarize this. Where was this? Yes. So the Times also reported that a top Democratic donor, billionaire venture capitalist Michael Moritz, is now emailed the Times and said, President Biden has a choice, vanity or virtue. And he is calling for Biden to step aside. So I don't know to what degree. And also, Moritz told this billionaire told the New York Times that all of the money he's giving to Democrats, not just Biden, all the Democratic money, all the money he would give to Democrats is now on hold. He said he's not giving another penny as long as Biden is running. So I'm sure this puts a lot of pressure, the lack of the donors withholding their money. But I don't know that Biden will. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know. Thanks, by the way, to Phobiarg. If Biden tries to drop out, what are the chances of the GOP suing to keep him on the ballot? I'm not a legal expert. I'm not a legal expert. I have not read any reports suggesting that there would be. By the way, first of all, it's perfectly legal if Biden drops out before the convention and then the convention delegates vote on another candidate. Then that's the Democratic rules. That's the Democratic Party rules. I don't know of any challenge to that, but that there would any. I've not heard that there's any kind of legal challenge that would have any likelihood of working versus that. But in terms of any kind of legal challenge, like in terms of names being on the ballots and whatever, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't studied this. What I can tell you is I read a bunch of different sources, and I have yet to see a report that says, oh, if Biden drops out and he's replaced, here's some major legal problem for the Democrats. I have yet to see a single report saying that. Now, maybe does that change at all if he decided to drop out in September or October or something? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But I can tell you that I have not seen a single report suggesting right now that there's some significant legal problem facing the Democrats if Biden were to drop out. But again, he's not even the nominee yet. I mean, it's within the Democratic Party rules. They have a provision for if the candidate drops out before the convention. If somebody who got delegates drops out before the convention. But if certainly if we get to a place where there's reporting about some kind of serious legal issues, I will let you know. I don't think it would be a great look for one party to try to keep another party's candidate off the ballot if that's the chosen candidate for that party. And I mean, you could imagine extreme circumstances of this, like if they try to change a week before or something. But, if there's a decent amount of time, I don't know that the Republicans want to be looking like they're trying to use gamesmanship to keep somebody off the ballot. But again, I'm not aware that there's any kind of issue if it's done before the convention. But well, as I said, I'm not a lawyer, so. Maz Kamain says, I've heard the main issue is campaign funds. Kamala has to be part of the ticket to be able to use the money. Yeah, I'm not. I've read of possible issues with that, but certainly there's many big donors who, in spite of any kind of issue with that, have said they don't want to give money to Biden. So I'm not. I believe there might be a legal question about campaign funds that were donated to Biden-Harris. And I'm not going to get all into that now. Like, for example, so like in a Reuters article a couple days ago, they said experts on campaign finance law disagree on how readily the money could change hands. The money that belongs to Biden's re-election campaign. So let me just look at this here. Yeah, so there's a Reuters article from a couple days ago. You can look it up saying what happens to Joe Biden's campaign money. But they just talk about how there's some disagreement legally over what would happen to the money and whether it could go to a new candidate and how that would happen. And it's a different situation if it's Vice President Harris versus another candidate. And in the article, one expert suggests that Biden could transfer the money to the new candidate, even if it's not Harris. Again, I'm not a legal expert. I'm not going to start weighing in on this. But everything I've read on this suggests that there's some open legal questions about the transfer of the money. Hey, reminder, guys, in half an hour, we are going to have Trump speaking live. Oh, I got the Reuters. Hold on, I got video. I got Reuters video now. I got video of the rally. Reuters they kind of switched everything around. So they are back. Hang on. I'm going to get the video up. Hey, let's get some live video from the rally up. Live video from the rally. I can't play the music, though. Let's get some live rally video. Look, we're at the rally. We're at the rally. I just realized I had this. Let me get the live thing up. Grand Rapids, Michigan. Okay, good. Sorry for the confusion with this. So Yeah, I know. We showed a bit of Vance earlier. What happened is the official rally start time is 5 p.m. And for some reason, J.D. Vance, the vice presidential nominee, spoke. I want to say he definitely came on before 3:30. He came on that early. He came on before we came on. And it was quite confusing. So I would have come on the year earlier if I knew he was speaking that early. He spoke over an hour and a half before the official rally start time. So I figured they'd speak one after the other. I figured one would get up, and then I figured Vance would speak at 5, and then he'd introduce Trump, and they'd stand there together, and then Vance would go away. But no, this is indoors. This is indoors. That's not what happened. This is located at the Van Andrel Arena in Grand Rapids. So, but Vance spoke super early, so we caught about 2 minutes. It's 2 minutes of it, thanks to Right Side for letting me use their footage. But now I have the Reuters feed, so we're good to go on this. Yes, as Kenneth Garrow says, Vance spoke in advance. That's an excellent point, Kenneth. Really quick thanks for your support on Twitch. Relila, thank you. The Only God Joe, thank you. Tater Chip Jones, thanks for your support. Also, thanks so much to FF. FF says, forcing out the president-elect would be a bit ironic for a Save Democracy campaign. Thank you, FF. I will respond to that the same way I respond to another viewer before, and I will just say really quick, 3 arguments against the claim that Biden dropping out and being replaced would be anti-democracy are: 1, many polls show the majority of Democratic voters want Biden to drop out. 2, many Democratic voters feel that they were not given a real choice in the Democratic primary. There were no realistically competitive candidates against Biden on the Democratic primary ballots. So if you were a Democratic voter, there was nobody who was realistically competitive for you to vote for if you did not want Biden. And 3, a number of Democratic voters say that they did not realize how bad Biden's condition was, and they saw him in the debate, and they were shocked, and if they had realized that, they would not have even voted for him in the primary. So you might not agree with those, but those are 3 responses someone might give to the claim that it would be anti-democratic to have Biden drop out and be replaced by somebody else. But thank you, FF, for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks also to Boomer Wow. Thank you. Boomer Wow says, if we assume the current cabinet is not competent enough to prevent last week, voting for them to stay would be like voting for Biden and against him. But you mean prevent last week? Do you mean the shooting? So speaking of that, Boomer Wow, Monday at 10 a.m., the Secret Service director will be appearing live in front of the House Oversight Committee, and we will be covering that. We will have live coverage with video for you at 10 a.m. We'll come on the air a little before that on Monday when the Secret Service director faces the House Oversight Committee. So we will be covering that for you on Monday. Unless it somehow doesn't happen. But the plan is to cover it, okay? So join us Monday. We'll be talking more about that then. Thanks also, Chaz, for your support. I really appreciate that, Chaz. Thanks for mentioning the notifications. By the way, I highly recommend, if you like this channel and you like us coverage and you don't want to miss any breaking news stories, videos, live videos, turn on we have our own notification system. It's free. It works awesome. We do it through Discord. You click on it once, you sign up, and you get a notification every time. It's really reliable when we're going live. So the mods can post the link to the notifications in the chat. It's also in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Thanks to our member, Dean R., by the way. Let me just shout out the mods real quick, too. I really appreciate our moderators. Oh, and thanks so much to Kristen Gates for your support and Jeff P2662. Jeff says dropping out isn't non-democratic. Choosing the delegate candidate by superdelegate is non-democratic. So I think in a perfect world for Democrats, if Biden drops out, I don't know if he would drop out, if he's going to drop out. If Biden were to drop out, I think in a perfect world, a lot of Democrats would say, let's have a whole other primary where people vote in various states. The voters just go to the polls. My guess, I don't know for sure, my guess is that there are practical considerations which makes that impossible. I don't know exactly what those would be, but I think you could at least understand the idea that if time runs too short and you weren't planning it in advance, there could be reasons that it's practically impossible to set up some kind of nationwide vote. So again, I can't speak to what those might be and the timing of all those things. It's an interesting question. I'd like to see an article on that question. But, so it may just be the case that if this happens late enough, that option is not there anymore realistically. And you got to do the best you can. Thanks also to Fit Girl for your support. Fit Girl 1963. Trump will be speaking in 23 minutes. 23 minutes. Our viewer, the Sacred Dragon, thinks it can't be possible for Biden to beat Trump. Pennywise thinks the walls are closing in on Biden. Riker says holding a new primary seems extremely unlikely. Energetic Giraffe says Biden should continue. He's an inspiration to many. The Fonz says so many conflicting reports on Biden. I agree with you there. I don't think it's not really clear. What I do know is that Biden has not stepped down. He has not said he's not running. And it seems pretty clear that there have been leaks from Pelosi's camp and Schumer's camp where stories came out, and Obama's camp, where stories came out that Schumer in person told Biden to not run, Pelosi in person told Biden he can't win. Obama reportedly thinks that Biden should reconsider his candidacy. So the strong suspicion is that those leaks are coming from those people's camps, but they don't want to just say it publicly. But none of those three has actually denied those reports, which they could have easily done. So it does seem like what has happened is a bunch of prominent Democrats have told Biden privately he should not run, and so far he's not going along with it. And we're seeing more Democrats openly come out and say he shouldn't run. There's a lot of reporting saying that there's a bunch more of them who haven't openly said it yet. So it seems to me that my guess is that probably a fair number of Democrats thought by this point Biden would have stepped down, but he's resisting and not doing it. That's what it seems to me. Now, there's reporting saying he's beginning to accept he needs to step down and not run. There's stuff like that. I don't know if those reports are true. I can't tell. What I do know is he has not done it yet, in spite of a lot of encouragement, it seems. But I don't know if he will. I mean, he might just decide I'm not going to. I want to run. It's up to him. But I agree that there's kind of a mixed reporting on what's going on. There was actually an interesting, NBC News had a report today that said the Clintons are encouraging him to run. I don't know if that's true. Maybe they want to stay in the good graces of Democrats or something. NBC News, Kyle Griffin posted that NBC News is reporting that Bill and Hillary Clinton have privately been supportive of President Biden's decision to stay in the race. There's all this stuff going on here about how people want to appear publicly. So I don't know if that's true, and maybe they want their camp wants that story floating around. I don't know. I can't tell you. Maybe they really did tell him that in private. I can't tell you. Who knows what they said to him? But it's hard to say exactly what his mindset is. But I think the best evidence for Biden's current mindset is the fact that he has not pulled out of the race. To me. Thanks also to Corn Pop 82 for your support. Thank you. All right. Let's. We have 20 minutes until Trump speaks, and I believe they are playing music here. I will double check, but I cannot play the music. Yeah, there's music playing. It's like a jukebox. So my point is, by jukebox, I mean it's just like they're going to just keep playing music until he comes out. So we will have, obviously, him speaking. I have the shot right there for you. Let me do a quick check and make sure I don't have any updates right at the moment. You know, stuff can happen at any time. So give me a second. Give me a second here. Again, J.D. Vance spoke earlier. Oh, this is interesting. So I've seen a couple. So Ronnie Jackson came out, and we read it before on the stream. Ronnie Jackson, who used to be the doctor for Trump and Obama when they were president, and now is a big supporter of Trump, and he's in Congress. He came out with a letter today where he gave an update on Trump's condition. He said he saw Trump, he examined Trump in Bedminster the night after the shooting. And we read this earlier. Here's that right there. And then I'll talk about it more in a second. But just to keep an eye on I'm going to keep an eye on the rally. But Barbara Starr, I've seen a couple of people posting on this saying, is he basically something like he doesn't have a medical license? So is he practicing medicine without a license? So, for example, Barbara Starr, who is currently a USC senior fellow and for more than 2 decades was a national security correspondent on CNN, she posted on X, she said, does Ronnie Jackson have a current medical license? He did not as of September 2023, according to Dallas News reporting, after an encounter with law enforcement. So he said he said in the letter, I have evaluated and treated Trump's wound daily. So he is saying he's evaluating and treating him. And then also, so I don't know if there's a possible issue in if you treat somebody without a license. I don't know how that works. Is that a potential legal issue or not? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a legal expert. Yeah, one of our viewers said mom can treat wounds, but I also think there's probably some kind of significant difference in what kind of, maybe a difference in how you go about doing things and what kind of things you're doing as treatment and that kind of thing. So, I don't know what the legal definition of practicing medicine is. That's what I don't know. I mean, the web, I'm not going to get into all this now. The website FindLaw says providing medical advice without a medical license is an unauthorized practice of medicine. Again, there's specifics to get into here. You know, I'm sure it does not apply to a mother when if a kid gets a bump, says put some ice on it or something. So these terms would need to be legally defined. Anyways, I'm just letting you guys know that I have seen a couple comments after Ronnie Jackson's letter questioning whether he has a license to practice medicine. So I don't know if he needs one or what the stakes are and all that stuff. I'm just throwing it out there that I'm seeing that discussed. Bradley Moss, who is a attorney who I follow, he wrote on X, is it me or is Ronnie Jackson admitting to practicing medicine without a license? Again, I'm not taking a view on this. I'm just letting you know that I've seen a couple comments like this out there. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. I can't say. Okay? Jeff P. thinks practicing medicine is prescribing medication. Maybe that is part of it. I don't know what the legal definition in every state is of practicing medicine. Thanks, Jeff P2662. I appreciate that. Also, thanks to Yo Soy Rain and Dave Hawk, our members. Thanks, Willie Rock. Why do you think Biden is reluctant to take a cognitive test, even though it realistically wouldn't jeopardize his candidacy? Oh, well, look, I'm not going to get into his head, but just think, like, why would Biden not want to take a cognitive test? Well, one reason is he might think he'd fail, but maybe he doesn't think he'd fail. Another reason might be that he would think, oh, there'd be some weird thing where, like, they say I failed, but I did fine. But I think he said in one of the interviews, didn't he say I think he said in one of the interviews, I forget to whom recently, he said, like, nobody would be satisfied. He'd say, like, I'd take one and they'd want more or something like that. So I'm not in his head. Maybe he thinks that if he takes a cognitive test, even if he passes, it's bad publicity to have that out there because it keeps the issue going, and he doesn't think it's an issue. So I'm just offering you some thoughts he might have. I can't get into his head, but those are various thoughts he might have about the thing. Thank you, Willie Rock, for your support. And Larry DM. And Minxie for the gift memberships. Thank you, Minxie. And Bill Ward. Bill Ward for your support. And again, Fit Girl 1963. Larry DM said there is no argument to impeach Biden. Well, there's no argument to remove Biden with the 25th Amendment if he drops out. How can he run the country but not run for president? Oh, well, so think about this, Larry. Somebody could drop out just because they don't want to run. I mean, just because you drop out doesn't mean you can't run the country. Doesn't mean you're unable to fulfill your duties as president. Any president could just say, oh, I don't feel like it. So, if he were to drop out, my guess is that he would not get up and give a speech and say, I'm dropping out because my brain doesn't work anymore. And I just can't do the job anymore. So I'm going to drop out and stay president until December, till January. I don't think he's going to say that. I think he'll say, like, he'll say something like, I'm going to drop, if he were to drop out, I think he would say something like, I love this job. I would like to run again, but I also respect the wishes of the party. So I think he'd say something like that. And, I respect the party. I want what's best for the party. The consensus seems to be that somebody else would be better. So again, out of wanting to do the right thing for the party, even though I personally don't want to, I'm going to drop out. Like if he says something like that, he's not admitting that he can't fulfill the duties of the presidency, which is what the 25th Amendment is about. Now, you might think he can't fulfill the duties of the presidency, but remember, people keep mentioning the 25th Amendment. As I understand the 25th Amendment, as I understand it, it's meant for, like, think of a situation where, like, a president fell out of bed and hit his or her head, and then wakes up and, like, they think they're another person. And the president thinks they have a different name and they think they're not even president anymore. Well, that would be a case where you're like, oh, obviously that person cannot fulfill the duties of the president of the United States. If like, they think they're a different person and they don't even think they're president anymore. So there's obvious cases here. So I'm not a legal expert, but what the language of the 25th Amendment, but my understanding is that that's how people understand it. So you're just not going to see that used for a case where somebody might be, like, a little slow because they're old or something. Again, people would have to agree in that for it to apply, that, just reading a little bit of it here, that there would have to be various officials who attest that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Seems like a pretty high bar. Seems like a pretty high bar to sign a written declaration that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of his office. Okay? So that's the bar. Sim Racer says 25th can be used if he's in surgery, not hard. Well, if somebody's in surgery and they're under anesthesia and they're not conscious for several hours, well, it's obvious they can't assume. I don't know if the 25th Amendment applies there. Maybe it's something else. But it's obvious that in that case they couldn't temporarily fulfill the duties of their office because they're not conscious. Anyways, all right, we're done. We're not discussing the 25th Amendment anymore. I'm done discussing it on this stream. No more discussion of it. Hey, 9 minutes until Trump speaks. Thanks so much to Janice McConnell for your support. Oh, I forgot to thanks, Janice. I appreciate that. I forgot to thank the moderators again. Thanks to all of our moderators. What's going on? Is anything happening? I think they're still playing music. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. Why am I not hearing anything? Where's the sound? Hold on. Oh, I know why. Yeah, they're still playing music. They're still playing music. Sorry. This is an indoor event. Indoors. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here. We have Sarah 55. We have Ruth Krafasi. Thank you. We have Bastion Girl, David Green, Hearsay, Mick Britches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Riff Tracks, and Surly Dev. Over there on Twitch, on Facebook, Margaret Riley, Ronald Egnor. Thanks to all of our moderators. I really appreciate it. And thanks to V110 for subscribing on Twitch, and our viewer Ekal Wheat Tik Aluit 9 for your support on Twitch as well. Thank you. So I assume they'll play Proud to be an American when he comes out, which I can't play. I can't play the music. But this is the first rally Trump has done since the rally where he was shot. It's the first rally he did with Vance, although Vance spoke like 90 minutes ago. So he wasn't up there with Vance. We'll see what he has to say. It is indoors. It is at an arena in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We are bringing you live coverage, and we have been talking about Biden as well. And I will be looking for more Biden updates while Trump is speaking. And if I get them, I will certainly let you know. We've been trying to talk about both things. Also, supposedly Biden might do some events this week. So if he does, I'm trying to cover events from both people. Right now, Biden is still isolating with COVID. Although reportedly Biden's doctor said his symptoms were getting better. I'm going to read you a letter from Biden's doctor, Kevin O'Connor, that came out today. President Biden completed his 6th dose of Paxlovid. That is a medication to keep COVID symptoms from getting serious. He completed his 6th dose of Paxlovid this morning. He is still experiencing a loose, non-productive cough and hoarseness, but his symptoms continue to improve steadily. His pulse, blood pressure, respiratory rate, and temperature remain absolutely normal. His oxygen saturation continues to be excellent on room air. His lungs remain clear. Genomic sequencing has determined that the COVID-19 variant which the president has encountered is the KP.2.3 variant. According to the CDC, this variant accounts for approximately a third of new infections in the United States. The president continues to tolerate treatment well and will continue Paxlovid as planned. He continues to perform all of his presidential duties. I will continue to keep your office updated with any changes in his condition or treatment plan. Respectfully submitted, Kevin C. O'Connor, physician to the president. So that was the update today about Biden's COVID status. All right, about 5 minutes. Trump will be speaking, guys. 5 minutes. Will he talk about the convention, how things went there? We'll have to see. Oh, what is the capacity of this venue? Good question, one of our viewers said. Curtis Cardwell. So I had read that the capacity was 12,000, but they could block off seats. I don't know if all the seats are open. I mean, sometimes arenas block off seats for certain events. The arena is the Van Andrel Arena. The capacity is 12,000 if they don't block off any seats. But again, for an event like this, they might normally block off seats. I can't see around the arena, so I don't know if that's the case. It's 12,000. It literally says on Wikipedia, 12,000 is the capacity. I'm reading Wikipedia right now. It says 12,000. Oh, well, to be clear, for concerts, it's 13,184. For basketball, it's 11,500. For ice hockey, it's 10,800. So somewhere in there. I don't know how much of this is blocked off. I mean, you know what I'm saying? So somewhere in that area. This stadium opened in 1996. It is the home of the Grand Rapids Griffins of the American Hockey League and the Grand Rapids Gold of the NBA G League. It will also be the home of the Grand Rapids Rise of the Pro Volleyball Federation starting in January of this year. So I guess it already is. That's according to Wikipedia, by the way. Steve Mays, our viewer, believes they have not blocked any seats off in all our field. That certainly could be the case. I just haven't seen the whole arena, so I don't know. Angelina, our viewer, says, I know this place well, 1 hour from me. So we're going to watch Trump speak coming up in just a couple minutes, guys. It's 4:58. And a reminder, on Monday morning at 10 a.m., we will have live coverage of the Secret Service Director facing the House Oversight Committee, where she is going to be asked questions about the Trump rally shooting, assassination attempt. So we will be covering that on Monday morning for you, live here, with video, Monday morning. Hope you can join us then. All right, it's 4:58 still, probably about 2 minutes, if he's on time. Last rally we covered, that was a shooting, that started pretty much on time. And again, I will play the sound as soon as the music stops. I'm seeing some people cheer, but I can't play the music. So he's going to come out. He will come out. There will be music, which I can't play. And then as soon as, I assume they'll play Proud to be an American. And when that stops, I will disappear and put the sound on, and you will be able to watch former President Trump speaking in Grand Rapids, Michigan. And then after he speaks, I will come back on. And I will take some of your comments about it, and I will give you any Biden updates I have. Let me also see if there's any news updates on, like, I haven't seen, like, oh, he's running late or anything like that. But let me just do a quick check here, see if I have any updates for you while we're waiting for him to come in. This is the Reuters video. Oh, hey, a quick update. Joe Truzman, Truzman, who I follow on X, who's a great follow for Middle East stuff, he says Oh, the IDF said a short while ago reports were received regarding explosions heard in the area of Eilat, Israel. This is from the Israeli Defense Force. It was found that no projectiles were fired toward the area of the city and no interceptor was launched. There is no indication of security incident. So actually nothing like that. No explosions, no projectiles, and no interceptors launched in the area of Eilat, Israel. Just an update for you. That is coming from the Israeli military. Okay? Just to update you. How is Biden doing? We just about 5 minutes ago read a letter from his doctor from today in which he said his symptoms are improving. Okay. I see people holding their cameras up. People are holding their phones up. Is he coming out now? People are holding up their phones. We're bringing you live coverage here. Thanks for joining us. Oh, they were holding up their phones. Now they're not holding up their phones. Yes, there is no sound because they're playing music. I will turn the sound on when the music stops. I cannot play copyrighted music. So you will get sound as soon as he starts speaking. I do not own the rights to Lee Greenwood songs. The camera's moving. I think maybe he's about to come out. But I don't know for sure. I guess I should remove speaks at 5 ET. Trump speaks live from Michigan rally. Any moment now. I've seen nothing to suggest he's running late or anything. So, no, it's supposed to start at 5, and that would be the time he's supposed to speak. Just checking a couple things people have sent me. Yeah, I've seen no reports on like the timing of this changing or anything. Sea Turtle says that's a huge crowd. And if you missed it, J.D. Vance spoke over 90 minutes ago. I thought they were going to both speak at the same time. I was wrong. He spoke over 90 minutes ago, J.D. Vance. I don't know if I'll cover any of the Vance rallies, or if we're covering something else and Vance or Vice President Harris does a appearance and I have footage of it, then maybe I'd show it to you. That's possible. I don't know that I'd come on the air just for that. But, I mean, it's obviously an important election, and as we get closer to the election, I do want to be covering more campaign events from both sides. So that's the plan. That's the plan. A Moment of Lovely said Fox just went live. Well, you are looking at a live shot, so you're not going to miss it. Fox right now is showing Vance speaking a while ago. People are holding up their phones again. Guys, they're holding up their phones again. They keep holding up their phones. Boy, was it just, guys, it was just a week ago. You know, one of our viewers said it seems like 6 months, and I didn't know what they were referring to, and I think they were referring to since last week, now that I realize it. I can't believe it was a week ago that we were covering the rally where he got shot. Was that just a week ago? Am I right? It was. That's crazy. That is crazy. Does seem like longer than that. That's unbelievable. We were covering it live here. We covered it live. We were watching the rally. Yeah, people are saying yes a week ago. Just crazy. Unbelievable. Andrea says, it does seem much longer to me as well. Jeff Callett says, it's literally an hour short from being a week ago. Eric D says, and still no government reports released. Well, the Secret Service hasn't publicized anything, but we're going to cover the Secret Service director live on Monday in front of the House Committee, House Oversight Committee. Any moment now, Trump will be coming out. Will he have his bandage on? I'm guessing he will have his bandage on, but I may be wrong. I might be wrong. Eventually, he won't have the bandage on. Thanks, Red Squirrel, our member. Thanks to all of our YouTube members and Facebook subscribers and Twitch subscribers. Hey, thanks to T3NF Old 8 for subscribing on Twitch. And Gonzalez, thanks, Gonzalez, for the gift sub on Twitch. Appreciate you guys all being here for the stream. Thanks to all of our moderators for moderating. And we will bring you the live him speaking. As soon as he comes out and the music stops, I'll turn the audio on. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Thanks, Barker J. Rar, for the bits on Twitch. Thanks, Barker J. Rar. And thanks also to Ariane7 for the gift memberships. Thank you, Ariane, very much. And thanks for your support, Shayla Gala. And thanks for your kind note, Shayla Gala, and your support on over there on YouTube. Thank you. All right, people are really standing up. They really look like he's about to come out, but we don't see him yet. I just read that the spoiler alert: if you're recording the U.S. basketball team game, then turn it off for about 30 seconds. I just read that the U.S. men's basketball team just beat South Sudan 101-100. How did that happen? I wasn't watching the game. The U.S. men's basketball team just beat South Sudan 101-100. Was anybody watching that? I didn't see it. I mean, I don't believe that like the U.S. team has like a bunch of bad players who they played instead of the good players. I think they're all really good. Anyways. Oh, thanks, Baby Blue Sky. I appreciate that. How long will Trump speak for? I have no idea. I mean, usually like an hour or so, maybe a little longer on average from my experience, but I don't know. I don't know. Our viewer Gina Marie says he usually speaks for about an hour. Jesse's girl says he can talk. How did the U.S. win 111 to 111 to, or by 1 point, I guess? Hold on, the camera's moving around. Hey, thanks to Sherry Riddle. I appreciate that, Sherry Riddle. Thank you for your support of the channel. Thank you. I'll have to read up on the game. I had no idea that was even going on, that game. I didn't know that the U.S. was losing. Massive says, I need to see this now. All right, it is. PMG says they're playing Macho Man. I'm not listening to it right now because I know music is playing, so I can't play the music on the air. Hey, thanks, Jay Redwood. That's really kind of you. Thank you, Jay Redwood, for your support. And MS Robin, Miss Robbins 87, over there on Twitch, and A Moment of Lovely as well. Thank you for the gift sub on Twitch. Sorry for the delay. You know, sometimes these start on time. Sometimes they start a little late. 5 was the official start time. I haven't heard it's delayed. So we will bring it to you. Last week did not start that late, though. Ashley says only 13 minutes late, not bad. Shelley says Trump is always late. I don't think last week started late. Yeah, Vance spoke like 2 hours ago. It was a while ago. I don't know why they did it like that, but he already spoke. Again, I didn't know that was going to be the case. If I had known he was going to speak so early, I would have come on before him. It was so early, the Reuters feed I have access to didn't even cover it. That's how early it was. Oh, he was an hour late last week? Is that true? Did I just forget? I thought he started roughly on time last week. Was he that late last week? Maybe he was. I don't remember. So maybe I just remembered that wrong from last week. I don't remember. But I haven't seen any reporting that he's running late. Thanks, Rob Van Roy, for the gift membership. Thank you. Gina Marie says he's always a little late. He spends time with local donors and such before he hits the stage. Caitlin Huey Burns of CBS reported that beefed up security was noticeable before the rally. Yeah, we've been talking about Biden during the stream too. It's just right at this moment I'm focusing on this because, he's about to come out. If I get any more Biden updates during the stream, I will certainly let you know. Manny Y says Trump meets and takes picture with people before he speaks. Josh Tompkins says maybe Vance will speak twice. My guess is no. My guess is no because I don't usually see that. Who knows, though? Who knows? But my guess is no. But maybe, I don't even know if Vance is still there. Oh, hold on. I see people raising their phones. Is Vance still there? If he's still there, could Trump bring him out? It's an interesting question. I see somebody. Is that Vance? Is Josh right? Hey, Josh, were you right? Is that J.D. Vance? I couldn't see. It was somebody with a beard. Are we going to hear J.D. Vance twice? Josh Tompkins might have nailed it, guys. Maybe Josh nailed it. They just announced Vance. Hey, Josh, good call. Wow, how about that? He's going to speak again, I guess. The camera's following him. Wow, how about that? How about that? Josh was on the ball. Hold on a second. They're playing music. All right, J.D. Vance is speaking. This is the second time he's spoken.
I have the distinct honor of getting to talk with you again, but for this time, to introduce the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. But before I do, let me just say, sorry. I had to screw with you a little bit, right? Let me. How do you introduce the guy? Pretty much everybody knows everything about him. They know he was a great president, and we want to make him president again. But what I thought I'd say is, what are the qualifications you need to be a good president? Well, number one, you need to love this country, right? We've got a lot of leaders who don't love this country, but there are, frankly, if we're being honest, a lot of people who love this country you wouldn't want to make president just because they love the country. You need something else. And when I wrote my convention speech, and I wrote it mostly myself, had some help from some friends, but I was looking at the history of President Trump's engagement with this country, and one of the things that jumped out at me is if you think about the biggest mistakes we've made as a country, the things that have hurt my home state of Ohio, this state, Michigan, the most, you could have run through the list of things. I'd start with obviously Gretchen Whitmer's a problem. I'm talking about even further back than that. NAFTA, giving China the sweetheart trade deal and letting them into the World Trade Organization, the Iraq War in 2003. On every single one of those issues, Joe Biden was wrong and President Donald J. Trump was right. Even though he was a real estate developer in New York, he knew instinctively what this country needed and how to put the interests of the citizens of this country first. Now, we had a hell of a 4 years with President Donald J. Trump, didn't we? In 4 years, he undid, I believe, 30 years of damage, of terrible leadership. Are we ready to give him 4 more years? Are we ready to hear from the next president of the United States, President Donald J. Trump? Come on out, sir. And I'm proud to be.
All right. Sorry, the music is playing. I will get the volume. I will get the volume back on when the music's over. Their sound on. I haven't watched the other streams. The buzzing you're hearing, that is not me. The buzzing you're hearing is from the original Reuters sound. I don't know if it's something with the microphone. I cannot control that buzzing. That's not on my end. That's on the original feed. So I will put up the volume so you can hear Trump, but I can't control the buzzing stuff. All right, it's not. That's out of my hands. So I apologize for that, but I will do my best to make the sound as good as I can. But I can't control the microphone there and the Reuters feed. All right. So as soon as he starts speaking, I'll get the volume back on for you. I can hear it, by the way. I'm listening to the stream, and I could hear J.D. Vance. Yeah, there was some buzzing on there, but I could certainly hear him. People are saying no bandage. Is he wearing no bandage now? I'll change the headline once he starts speaking. All right, here we go. Now, no bandage, bandage off. Or maybe a little dressing on his ear, I can't see. We're waiting for the song to stop. We're waiting for the song to stop. The song's about to stop. The song's about to stop right now. Here we go. Here is Trump speaking now.
Well, thank you very much. This is like a Michigan football game over here. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. I want to thank you, JD, for the introduction. You're going to be a fantastic vice president of the United States. And you know, I chose him because he's for the worker. He's for the people that work so hard and perhaps weren't treated like they should have been, but they were treated that way 4 years ago, I can tell you that. But we're going to get it back bigger, better, stronger than ever before. Thank you very much. This is some crap. I'm thrilled to be back in the great state of Michigan with thousands and thousands, and I mean lots of thousands up here. This is a hell of an arena. This is a hell of an arena. But you are the hardworking patriots that we love. You know, they have crowds of people outside. You're not even going to believe it. They go blocks and blocks. But let's forget about them, right? Let's forget about them. Let me begin this evening with a very special thanks to Americans nationwide, including all of you here today, for your extraordinary outpouring of love and support in the wake of the horrific last Saturday event. And when you think of it, it was exactly 1 week ago today, almost to the hour, even to the minute. Yeah. Incredible. What a day it was. As I said earlier this week, I stand before you only by the grace of Almighty God. That's true. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. Maybe JD or somebody else would be here, but I shouldn't be here right now. But something very special happened. Let's face it, something happened. I want to thank Butler Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania for the incredible job they did and service they gave, and all of the great citizens of Butler, Pennsylvania, and the surrounding area, and everyone else for the job they did and the love that they showed us all. It was incredible, actually. What a time that was. What a time that was. Nobody's seen anything like it, and hopefully they never will again. And they had cameras blazing. I guess it was different in that way too, because we were right in the middle. All those, see, look at all the news back there, and they were all blazing. They were going. No, they covered it fairly. They couldn't believe what they were seeing either. So you did cover it fairly. Let me also thank Congressman Ronnie Jackson from Texas, you know, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, for the care and treatment he gave me as an outstanding doctor, which he is. He's really an amazing guy. Where's Ronnie? Doc Ronnie's here someplace. Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you very much. Great doctor. He was a great admiral, a great doctor. He's a White House doctor for Bush, Obama, and a guy named Trump. And they said, who was the healthiest of the three? He said, not even a question, Trump. And I said, I love that guy. I love that guy. When he said that, that was my doctor. Even if he's a congressman, that was my doctor. But he's been a great congressman. Thank you very much, Ronnie, for everything. We appreciate it. Ronnie Jackson. We continue to pray for the recovery of the two citizens who were wounded in that evil attack, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, two really incredible people. We remain in contact and send our deepest respect to the families. Corey, as you know, Corey Comparator was a brave firefighter who died, funeral yesterday, shielding his wife and daughters from bullets. He shielded them from the bullets of this horrendous person. Corey was a hero, and we will carry his memory in our hearts for all time. Great hero. That's great. And he was a big Trumper, and we will never forget him, right? We're all together. We're all together. There's never been anything like what you witnessed the other day with the convention. I don't think there's ever been a convention where there was such unity and love, and even now I'll say it just for a second, the fake news even said it that way. I want to be nice, but the fake news reported it correctly. There's never been such unity, and everybody did a great job, and the speeches and everything. It was just an incredible event. And I'll tell you what, Milwaukee was a fantastic place. This was a beautiful arena, and they did a really great job. And Wisconsin is going to vote for us because we spent $250 million. And when they go into the voting booth, they're going to say, we love get that guy off the platform. And in case there was, we had the Hulkster with us, right? How good was he?
All right, I got to go back to the other feed. This feed is not working. Sorry. Go back to the original one.
Kid Rock called. He said, I want to get, get that guy off the platform. There was no fight. There was no fight, no screams, no shouting, no get that guy off the platform. And in case there was, we had the Hulkster with us, right? How good was he? How good was the Hulkster? And Kid Rock called. He said, I want to get, Kid Rock is big, and he wanted to get down, and he did an unbelievable job. He was great. But all of them, everybody. We had so many great people there. It was really an amazing thing to see, and it was really something I don't think there's ever been. A lot of people report. I think it was either party. There's never been anything like it. And now we have something coming up where they're going to go for the convention, and they have a couple of problems. Number one, they have no idea who their candidate is, and neither do we. That's a problem. But we'll see. Hopefully they get it worked out. Sort of interesting, this guy goes and he gets the votes, and now they want to take it away. That's democracy. They talk about democracy. Let's take it away from him. But now we go forward as one movement, and really we have a very special group of people, like the people here. You people built this country. It's one movement, and we're more united, determined than ever before. We've never been so determined. Bad things happened last time. We're not going to let them happen this time. Bad things happen. We will never stop working to deliver a magnificent future for our people, and together we will fight, right? And we will win. All right. Thank you. I like this place. You ever walk in to a place and you say, I sort of like this place? Less than 4 months from now, we are going to win Michigan. We are going to take back the White House in a monumental landslide. And with your help, we are going to make America great again. Right? At our convention on just a little while ago in Milwaukee on Thursday, it was my tremendous honor to officially accept the Republican nomination for President of the United States. And I used to say it in 2016, and I meant it 100%, but I mean it even more now because this country has gone wrong. We're a failing nation. We're really a left-at failing nation right now. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. This is going to be the most important election. We cannot let it slip by. We cannot let people cheat. We cannot let this slip by, or we're not going to have a country. Because I do have other things I could be doing. It would be a lot easier. Although I'd rather be with you than sitting on some gorgeous beach watching boring waves coming in. No, I would rather be. Actually, I would. You know that. I think that's one of the reasons we've been so successful together. You know I mean that too. But we're going to make our country more successful than ever before. Yet even as we gather this evening, we will, and take a look, still the Democratic nominee, we're going to find out shortly, maybe, I don't know. Let's do this. Let's do a poll. You know, I love doing polls, right? Like I do a poll, I do lots of polls, like, do you like Make America Great Again, or do you like America First, or do you like them both? I like them both, right? But let's do a poll on candidates, ready? So I'll go, we're going to do a poll on a few candidates. The press will like this because they won't have to pay for the poll. You know, you do these crazy polls and they charge you $250. Look, there's Mr. Wall. This guy is the greatest guy. This guy, he must have a lot of money because he's at so many different rallies. And he was at the one, that was a tough one, wasn't he? That was something. You were right up in the front. You saw that. That was something. We're going to do a poll, and it's going to be a very nice poll. And right? Who's your favorite candidate? Who would you like? Let's do it. Who would you most like to run against? Because, you know, you could say, who's the best candidate? We're saying, who would you like to? We'll start with Kamala Harris, and then we'll go to crooked Joe Biden, and then we could possibly discuss a few. So who would you like to most run against if you're us, if we want to win? Ready? Kamala Harris, crooked Joe Biden. All right. I don't think we have to go too much further. Well, you have a terrible governor here who did a terrible job. Whitman. I'd like to run against her, actually. I'd like to run against her. So she's one of the 20 that I mentioned. She's the one that gave her husband full right, title, and interest to everything, but nobody else could do anything but her husband. Her husband was sailing in the middle of your lake, your beautiful lake. He's out there sailing, and everybody else had to be locked up, right? Her husband. No, but things like that are mentioned during a campaign, little things like that. No, she's done a terrible job, but I'd be very happy with her. At this very moment, Democrat Party bosses are frantically trying to overthrow the results of their own party's primaries to dump crooked Joe Biden from the ballot. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And as you're seeing, the Democrat Party is not the party of democracy. They're really the enemies of democracy. The parties of corrupt insiders like Whitmer, special interests, and the failed political class. That's what they are. Under our leadership, the Republican Party is now the party of the people. We're the party of hardworking Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. We've become a very big party. We become, right, fellas? You know what I'm talking about. I love you guys. We love you guys. No, we become a very big party. We have increased in size. Nobody's ever, honestly, in history, there's never been anything like this movement. And that may be in the history of the world, but let's keep it down to the country for right now, because that's the thing. But there's never been anything like MAGA. When Biden says, we have to stop MAGA, we will stop MAGA. I said, he doesn't know what MAGA stands for. It stands for Make America Great Again. How can you be against that? How can you be against that? And you know, the other side's going around trying to make me sound extreme, like I'm an extremist. I'm not. I'm a person with great common sense. I'm not an extremist at all. Like some on the right, severe right, came up with this Project 25, and I don't even know. I mean, some of them I know who they are, but they're very, very conservative, just like you have. They're sort of the opposite of the radical left, okay? You have the radical left and you have the radical right, and they come up with this, I don't know what the hell it is, it's Project 25. He's involved in Project, and then they read some of the things, and they are extreme. I mean, they're seriously extreme. But I don't know anything about it. I don't want to know anything about it. But what they do is misinformation and disinformation, and they keep saying, he's a threat to democracy. I'm saying, what the hell did I do for democracy? Last week I took a bullet for democracy. What did I do against democracy? Crazy. Hello, Chris. Here's our great campaign man. Chris, are you having a good time? Look at him. He's back there, cool as a cucumber. You know, so far they're giving us great credit for the best run campaign they've seen in years. Isn't that nice? Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Chris. Look how cool he is. Just sits there. Thanks, Eddie. Try doing it with another candidate sometime. That gets tough, right? Anyway, thank you very much. Great job, Chris, Susie, the whole group. We have a great group of people. They love this country. They want to save the country. That's what we're doing. With your vote in this election, the Trump Vance administration, by the way, I made the right pick. He's so great. They were all good. They were all good, but he's really stepped up. But the Trump Vance administration will begin rapidly reversing every single Biden-Harris disaster starting on day one. And when you vote for Biden, you're probably voting indirectly for Harris anyway, whether you like it or not. Common sense, it's all common sense, right? We will end the inflation nightmare that you would have never had. We had no inflation. See, there's another thing. Biden always goes around, I inherited 9% inflation. And even the radical left reporters up there, look at all of them. Whoa, they have a lot. They have a lot of them. They have a lot of them. Look at those cameras. But they'll start turning off as soon as I start mentioning certain things. I'll say, the red light just went off. No, but actually the radical left reporters, of which there are quite a few, I can't believe it. I don't know why they'd have them. But the radical left reporters say, the guy's right. You know, it wasn't until 2 years in that we became destroyed with inflation. Inflation is a country buster. It's a class buster. It busts everything. low income, middle income especially, and they get they're busted. The country gets busted. Look at Germany from centuries ago. Look at every country that's had inflation. And we had, I believe, the greatest inflation in the history of our country. They don't even report it properly because they leave the worst numbers out. They don't talk about interest rates that went to 10, 11, 12%, and you can't get the money. So what does that mean, 12%, if you can't get the money? It means it's higher from 2%. We will seal the border, and we will stop this terrible invasion that's destroying our country. We will crush migrant crime. We're going to crush migrant crime. Oh, we have a new form of crime now. It's called migrant crime. The only good thing about these migrants coming in is they make our gang members and criminals look like the nicest people you've ever met. These people are much tougher. They come from all over the world, not just from South America. We're going to return law and order to our streets and restore patriotism to our schools. We gave you already the largest tax cut in the history of our country, larger than the Reagan cuts, but now we will give you an additional tax cut, a number of tax cuts that will make it. We took in more money after the tax cuts than we did prior. We took in billions and billions of dollars more after the tax cuts than we did. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. Everyone knows it. We're going to slash regulations. That's what created all of those jobs and gave them bounce-back jobs. You know, they're called bounce-back jobs. After COVID, they bounce back. Everybody knows that. When you have something like COVID, which rarely happens, but when you have something like that, they're called bounce-back jobs. And we're going to bring down energy prices very rapidly. It was energy that caused the problem and their stupidity. And we're going to bring it down very quickly. Your energy bills will be cut in half, at least cut in half. Some sections, like in New England, I'll be able to cut their energy by 60, 70%. It's absolutely crazy what has happened with energy. We buy the oil from Venezuela. They used to be our enemy. I don't know. We buy from Venezuela. It's not really oil, it's tar. And you know, there's only one refinery in the world that can do it. It's very heavy, horrible stuff. It's garbage. It's tar. You lift it. I said, that's not oil. We want light, sweet, crude. We have the best oil. We have the best everything. We go to Venezuela. You know where they refine it? In Houston, Texas. It's the only plant in the world that can refine that stuff. So we go to Venezuela. We pay them a fortune. We take that dictatorship. We make the dictatorship wealthy. These people don't know what the hell they're doing. They're incompetent. They're grossly incompetent. The biggest threat is because we have incompetent. That's the threat to democracy. It's a threat to our country. We have incompetent people leading our country, grossly incompetent people. America's enemies will fear us. The United States will again command the respect that it deserves. Viktor Orban, the very powerful leader of Hungary, said when asked what happened with the world that's falling to pieces, there are wars all over, he said, bring back Trump, it'll all end. It all ended. We had no problem in the world. And something beautiful is going to happen because we will bring back the American dream, and it'll be bigger, better, and bolder than ever before. Right? And most importantly, for the people of this great state, you know, years ago, they gave me in Michigan the Man of the Year. That was long before I was a politician. I was a business guy. I did well. I liked the state, but I don't know. I heard Man of the Year, Michigan. I said, that's cool. That's good. I'm going to make that trip. I didn't know why they were giving it to me. Nothing, but they were giving it to me for, I guess, the fact that I employed a lot of people. I did real well. This is probably 14 years ago. And I came in and I said, why do you allow foreign countries like Mexico? You know, Mexico's, we think of them as friendly, but they haven't been too friendly lately. How about where they asked Biden to meet, just to meet? They want $2 billion to meet. They wouldn't ask that. See, they wouldn't even ask me that because I'd say, I will put 100% tariffs on everything you send into a country if you even think about asking. They want $2 billion to meet. In other words, we won't meet with you unless you pay us $2 billion. And this is every single year they want $2 billion. No, it works the opposite of that. the exact opposite. But you know, when you see the things that are happening to our country, and all you have to do is know how to speak. When I watched the way our border was handled, we had the best border, the safest border, the border that saved my life. You know, I was pointing to an immigration border sign when I made this turn, and that thing went that way instead of that way. So I owe immigration my life. It's true. It's true. Now think about it. I'm talking thousands and thousands, much more than even this. I mean, we're restricted because you're in this giant arena. That's the one thing about outdoor that's good. You can have unlimited. Thousands and thousands as far as the eye can see. Nobody's over here or over here because there's nobody there. It starts like this, as far as the eye can see. And I said, look at the great results that we had on immigration. Just look at them. If I didn't say that, and it's because we had like a crane holding this massive sign, I call it the $1 million sign, that they're expensive. But that sign was very good. I think I'm going to sleep with it tonight. I'm going to sleep with it tonight. I said, what was that? What was that? Whew. Then I looked, I said, that's not good. That's not good. So it was immigration, if you think about it, right? Immigration, I would have never been looking to the right, and I had to be. It was the only place that would have saved us. They do these reports in the New York Times and all over the place where they had, you know, the shape, you know, if he turns this way, this way, this way. If every shot was no good for me except for the one direct, and came whizzing by. And I hope we have to never go through that again, everybody, because it's so horrible. But most importantly, for the people of your state, this great state, I will rescue the U.S. auto industry from obliteration. They're going to obliterate your auto industry. And anybody that votes for the head of the United Auto Workers, that guy doesn't know what he's doing. He's approved all electric cars. And you know, Elon, I love Elon Musk. Do we love him? I love him. And I'm constantly talking about electric cars, but I don't mean I'm totally for them, but whatever the market says. And if it's 10% of the market, 12%, 7%, 20%, whatever it is, it's okay. But you can't have 100% electric cars. And you know, so Elon endorsed me recently, the other day, actually. He's great. Elon Musk. He's a brilliant guy. Every time I call him, he's talking about, I got a new idea for a rocket. You have to hear this? No, it's true. You know, the first time I ever saw this, I'm watching television like 3 years ago, and I see a rocket engine, motor engine, come down landing, straight up in, no wings, no nothing, and it's landing. I thought I was seeing things. What is that? And it's landing on a barge in the middle of the ocean. And then another one comes down, and another one, I guess 4 of them came down, 3 or 4, and they land upright. I said, what the hell was that? I've never seen that before. Now, if that were government, you wouldn't see that for another 50 to 100 years. But it was Elon. Now, think of that. And I called him, and I've always had a good relationship with him, but I called him, and I said, what was that? He said, well, we saved the engines. We saved the engines because it's very expensive to build. So, I mean, it didn't take me long to figure that if you save them, that's good. But who the hell thought you could do that? No wings, no nothing. Just like these big, long, massive tubes, and they're landing gently right on the dot. I said, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And you say, how long would it take government to come up with that one? I don't think they ever heard of it. Perhaps they still haven't heard of it. But, you know, he's a very advanced person, and he's doing other things that are great, and so are others. We have to make life good for our smart people, you know? We have some smart people. We have to make life good for our smart people, and he's as smart as you get. But Elon endorsed me the other day, and I didn't even know this. He didn't even tell me about it. But he gives me $45 million a month. A month. Not 45 million. Gives me 45 million a month. And I talked to him just a little while ago to say I was coming here, how you doing? And he didn't even mention it. He didn't mention. I mean, other guys, they give you $2 and you got to take them to lunch. You got to wine them, dine them. No, he's a great guy, he really is. But, you know, he's never mentioned to me, why are you hitting the electric cars? Because he understands I'm not hitting it. I think it's incredible. I've had them. I've driven them. They're incredible. But they're not for everybody. Some people have to drive long distances. And they tend to be more expensive. And, you know, they'll probably be made in China because China has all of that material. Oh, there's the guy that I stood up here. Are you the same guy, the same muscles? Look at that guy. Are you the same guy? Yes? No kidding. It's pretty good memory, right? Unlike somebody else that I happen to be running against. He wouldn't. Come on up here. Get up here. I got to get this guy. This guy was central casting. Look at him. Look. Oh, I think you were standing on a box. That was the only thing. I said, come on up here. Don't hurt yourself. Can you get him up? I like this guy. He's a serious union guy, a United Auto Workers. You look at him get over there. It's okay. He does not carry guns. He's not. Come on up here. Look at him. Look at his shape he's in.
I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see this guy. I told you we're going to get 85 million of us out there to vote for him. So let's go home from this rally and do our part.
Look at the arms on him. I may have height, but his arms are definitely more powerful, huh? Look at that guy. Now, last time I was here, I saw him, and he was so great, and he was agreeing with us on auto. We want to bring car manufacturing back, and what the deal with this thing with the all-electric cars in 6 years from now? It's ridiculous. You know, in the Midwest, they open up chargers. They opened up 8 chargers. You read about this. $9 billion they spent for 8 chargers. That's like a gas pump. I guess it would be like the equivalent of a gas pump for electric, right? They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers. This is 8 little chargers. $9 billion. How do you do that? It would cost at that rate $5 trillion to create enough chargers so it could run. It doesn't work. And it doesn't work the trucks either. I was with Swift, big Swift company. How many trucks you own? 29,000, sir. 29,000? That's a lot of trucks. One of the biggest, I guess like the biggest. I think he's the biggest, right? And he said, they want to destroy our business. They want us to go all electric. I said, so what's wrong with electric? I said, if you take a big, beautiful, like Peterbilt or one of the great manufacturers, how many times would you have to stop from New York to Los Angeles? None, sir. We go right there. We have some left over. Really? That's with diesel. I said, what about if it's electric? We have 6 to 7 stops, about 3 hours each. So immediately he's saying, that's not working too well. He said, but there are other problems. He said, the truck is so much heavier that you'd have to rebuild every bridge in the country. That doesn't sound too good, right? And then the third thing, he said that the battery is so much bigger than a tank, a big tank for the diesel or for the gasoline, but the diesel mostly. It's so much bigger that most of our payload would be holding batteries. In other words, we wouldn't have any room for the product. So let's say you hear those 3 minor details. Typically, you would end the conversation, would say, that doesn't work. These people said, we don't care. We want you to go all electric. Can you believe these people? They're crazy. They're crazy. No, they're crazy. And they want boats to do the same thing. I was with in South Carolina, one of the biggest boat manufacturers of, smaller fishing boats from, let's say, 16 to 35 feet. And he said, we have a problem. They keep pushing, the beautiful outboard engines. You have Mercury and Evinrude, I guess they used to have. I don't know if they have it anymore. But those big, beautiful outboard engines they have, they work great. Or just interior engines run by a thing called gasoline. So he said they want us to They want us to figure out how to go all electric in a boat, right? All electric. I said, well, what is the problem? He said, we'd have to take the entire lower cabin where we have bedrooms, and we'd have to make that into a battery. But the bigger problem is, sir, it won't float because it's so heavy. It won't float. It won't float. And I always tell the story with, like, well, what would you do? Because, you know, my uncle was a great professor at MIT for 41 years, I think. He was the longest serving. Dr. John Trump, she knows. He was great, very smart. We have a very smart family, actually. But he was a great guy, and I always saw, I was very interested in this, but the press kills me all the time. They say, he keeps talking about sharks and this. I don't. I tell an analogy. If I'm in a boat, it's all electric, and it starts to sink. I asked the guy, do you get electrocuted sitting over this? And then I say, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this, do you? Because it's an analogy. I say, and if there's a shark about 10 yards away, right where they are, right where all the congressmen are, right over there, look at us. Well, they're sharks. They're sharks. If there's a shark about 10 yards away, do I get electrocuted or do I go with the shark? I said, because I will take electrocution all day long. Despite the environmentalists that say how wonderful sharks are. You ever hear these people? We had 3 killings by a shark this weekend, ripped people apart, and then you have the environmentalists going, well, they didn't mean to do it. They mistook them for a seal. They didn't want to hurt the child. No, I don't want that. Common sense, right? I mean, how about they catch a shark, vicious that they've been after, and they take him to a little deeper water and they put him back in? I wouldn't do that. Would anybody do that here? Let me ask you, this is Michigan. These guys wouldn't do it. But they always get on me. They say, why is he talking about electricity and sharks? What do they have? Well, they know exactly. It's sort of a cute little story. Do I take electrocution or do I take death by a shark? And I'll always take electrocution. But isn't it ridiculous? Think of it. Isn't it ridiculous? They want to make a boat that's far too heavy, that can barely float, and they're driving people out of business. They're destroying this country. They're stupidly destroying this country. The Army tanks are the other one. They want to make all electric. We make the best tanks in the world. They want to have them. So that as we go into a country to bomb the hell out of it, we will do it in an environmentally friendly way. Okay? And you know, with an Army tank, again, the battery is very big, very heavy, and doesn't last long. You know what it is? It's an Army tank, and it's like you're pulling a wagon behind the Army tank. You're pulling a wagon like a child pulls a wagon, and it's loaded up with a battery. So we got to get back to common sense. The aircraft, too. They want to make our jet fighters a biofuel jet fighter that shows 18% less efficiency. That's the difference between winning and losing a fight. And you know what happens? I say, I'm not doing it. And we ended all of that stuff. They brought it back. We will end it on day one. We're not going to be doing that stuff. Okay? In 4 short years under my leadership, I did more for Michigan auto workers and manufacturers than any president in the history of our country. And just as I promised, I withdrew from the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have totally destroyed your auto industry. I ended the disaster known as NAFTA. That was the worst trade deal ever made. That was the worst trade deal considered by him. That was so unfair to us with Mexico and Canada. The worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with what they call the best trade deal ever made, the USMCA, Mexico and Canada. And I know it's good because Mexico and Canada are right now, as we speak, working like hell to try and renegotiate the deal. Don't do it, Biden. Well, he doesn't know what's going on. Don't do it. He's watching us now. He'll say, what's that trade deal they're talking about? Well, sir, they've been negotiating with us for about 2 years. I never heard of that negotiation. Where is Mexico anyway? Where is it? See, now the fake news will take the statement I just say, where is Mexico? And they'll put it on television. Trump didn't know where Mexico is. Oh, they do. They do. It's very dangerous. The biggest threat I have to my administration is sarcasm, because they play it against me. When I show that he can't walk off, he can never find the entrances off a stage, like one here, one there, two here. He could jump off the front, I guess. And whenever I imitate him, I called my wife. She's great. Our wife, she's great. Our great First Lady. I said, and she looked great the other night. She made that entrance. She made a lot of entrances. She was something. But she walked in, but I told her the other night, I said, how good was I? How good? This was at a rally a couple of weeks ago. How good was I? Well, you were really good, but not great. Why? Well, it showed that you didn't know how to get off the stage. Well, I was imitating Biden. So what they do is they show the imitation of Biden. They said Trump didn't know how to get off the stage. That's our fake news. So we have to be very careful. So I haven't done it in about 3 weeks. I'll do it again, but maybe not right now. It's too... Darling, you were great. I mean, I get these crowds, 50, 60, 70,000. In New Jersey, we're leading New Jersey by 4 points, by the way. We're leading Michigan by 6 points. Right. And a report just came out. Actually, we're leading everywhere and nationally, and that we have to keep it that way. Got to make sure they don't cheat. Got to make sure they don't cheat. I took on China like no administration in history, bringing hundreds of billions of dollars pouring into our treasury when no other president had gotten 10 cents. You know, China never gave us 10 cents. I got hundreds of billions of dollars from China. And I got along very well with President Xi. He's a great guy. He wrote me a beautiful note the other day when he heard about what happened. And he wrote me a beautiful, most of the leaders do. You know, a lot of them didn't like what I was doing to them, but they also knew it was about time. The jig was up, right? It was about time. But they wrote me, almost all of them wrote me notes. It was nice. Now I have a good relationship with all of them. That's a good thing. You know, a lot of times the press would say he gets along with Kim Jong-un, North Korea. He has a lot of nuclear weapons. I got along with him great. You were never in danger with me as your president. It's a good thing to get along, not a bad thing. I used to tell him, why don't you do something else? All he wants to do is buy nuclear weapons and make them. I said, just relax, chill. You got enough. You got so much nuclear weapons, so much. I said, just relax. Go to let's go to a baseball game. I'll show you what a baseball. We'll go watch the Yankees, or we'll come watch Michigan at its home opener. Okay, how about that? Are you going to have a good team this year, I think, right? Pretty good. I heard good. I heard good, but who the hell knows, right? Guy drops a pass, that's the end of that season. It's a risky business. I proudly imposed a 27.5 tariff on all Chinese auto imports to keep China and Chinese cars, keep them out of America. You don't sell a lot of Chinese cars in here because of what, and if you did, it'd be fewer cars that you made. We're going to bring back the auto industry we're going to bring it back. We're going to have them. If they want to come in and sell us cars, they can, but they have to build plants here, and they have to hire our workers, and that's fine, and nobody can say anything about it. Under the radical Democrat policies, the U.S. auto industry is being decimated. You know, we lost 64% of our industry over the years, 64%. We were a giant. And now a lot of them made in Mexico. Mexico's taken 35% of the auto industry. And we did something very strong. We did something very strong with Mexico. But you know, when I was building the wall, I said, you have to give us 28,000 soldiers. And they laughed at me. I hate when people laugh at me. I hate it. No, it's so disrespectful. They laughed at me. We won't do that. Why would we do that? I said, because you have to. We're building the wall. People are flowing in through your country. We want 28,000 soldiers to protect us while we're building the wall. They said, no, no, no. And then they said, after I said, look, here's the story. If you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on every car that you send into America. And then it's going to 50% next month. Then it's going to 75%. And then it's going to 100%, and then I'll stop. And the gentleman representing the president's a great guy. He's no longer president, but he's a great guy. He was a great guy, still is. But he said, I'd like to discuss this with the president. I said, 5 minutes, I got to go. I have something much more important to do. And he came back. He said, Mr. President, we would love to give you soldiers to protect your wall, free of charge, of course. That's how I got those great numbers on that beautiful, beautiful graph that we talk about. They gave us everything I wanted. I got everything from Mexico. And then this stupid person, low IQ, he's a low IQ individual. Take his IQ. I guarantee you it's in the low 50s or 60s. And he's negotiating against Putin, President Xi of China, Macron of France, very smart guy. I told him he was going to do something very bad to our country. I said, that's okay, you can do it, but I'm going to put a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes that come in from France. He said, no, Donald, you cannot do that. I said, I'm doing it. Donald, you cannot do that. That's not fair. He's going to charge our companies, American companies, 25% for doing nothing, for being in France. Big deal, right? Big deal. So I said, okay, that's all right. I'm charging you 100% tariff. I gave it to all my people, Mnuchin, all smart guys. They came back, sir, they won't do it. They won't budge. I said, they'll budge. I called them up. And I talked to the president of France, Emmanuel Macron. He's a nice guy. I said, but he's, he likes France. I like the USA. Does that make sense? I said, Emmanuel, it's so nice to talk to you. I understand you're going to charge our companies 25%, Emmanuel. Yes, Donald. It was approved by whoever the hell approves the parliament. Whatever the hell they have over there, they were going to approve it. It's been fully approved. Yes, I'm so sorry. I said, well, that's okay. You can have it approved, but here's the story. Starting tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, every bottle of wine and every bottle of champagne that's shipped into the United States is going to have a 100% tariff on it. No, you cannot do that. That is not fair. I said, not fair for you to charge our companies 25%. He said, you cannot do it. I said, I'm signing the papers now. I will call you right back. Calls me back. Donald, we would be delighted, Mr. President, to take that tax off. We have decided to take it off. It will be off by tonight, sir. It'll be off by tonight. And it was off. And it was off. You think Joe Biden does that? He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. Their policies are no good. Remember, whether it's Biden or anybody else, they want open borders. They want all the same stuff. So it's like, but he's in particular, he's pretty bad, I tell you. Can you imagine these killers, these are sharp. The press gets angry. They said, is President Xi of China, is he a smart man? I said, no, he's a brilliant man. He controls 1.4 billion people with an iron fist. He makes guys like Biden look like babies. They don't even know whether they're coming or going. Yes, the next day headline, Trump calls him brilliant. How dare. No, okay. Let's say he's not a smart man. Okay, whatever makes you happy. No matter what you do. I say he's a brilliant man. They went crazy because I called him brilliant. So I'm just going to have to say, he's okay. No, he's very smart. But and you know what else? He's a fierce person. You understand that? Some of the people here know that, what this means, especially some of the women, right? They know better than the men about fierce. I know the women. They know better than the men. They're more fierce than the men. Oh, her. But no, he's a fierce individual. He's a fierce man. Can you imagine when he meets this guy? He thinks Trump is playing a joke on him. He actually thinks there's some kind of that I'm playing a joke. He doesn't believe what happened. He doesn't believe the last election. He thinks I'm playing a joke on him. But can you imagine President Xi, Putin, all of them? They're all smart, tough. They love their country, or they want to do well with their country, whatever it is, all ideology. But we have to have somebody that can protect us. And Orban was right. We have to have somebody that can protect us. Right now, we have really low IQ people in there. And the president in particular, he has about a 70 IQ, and he's going against 210 And it never works out. It never works out. When I'm back in the White House, the way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. They have to build it in America, and they have to use you people to build it. Thank you very much. It's very simple. We will build American, buy American. We're going to hire American. We're going to get it going. We're going to get the auto industry back. It's ridiculous. I will revoke China's most favored nations trade. You know, they have a most favored nations trade status. They've had it for years. We had it revoked, and then we had that stupid election, that ridiculous election that everybody knows was ridiculous. But I will revoke it. They have a trade. They're saying we're just beginning. They're not just beginning. They're teaching our people too much. I will pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, meaning if China charges us a 100 or 200% tariff or tax, we will charge them a 200% tax. Very simple. It's called reciprocal. They charge, we charge. It sort of says, I shouldn't say this, because, you know, Franklin Graham, I told the story the other night, Franklin Graham, he's such a wonderful guy. Billy Graham was his father, the greatest. My father used to take me to Yankee Stadium to watch Billy Graham. The place was packed, and he would get up and he would rant and rave, and you left there and you believed that it was God, in fact, that helped me last week. You would believe it if you listened to Billy Graham. And Franklin Graham is right, probably, but he wrote me a beautiful letter. He says, President Trump, I watch your speeches and your rallies all the time. I love your storytelling. There's nobody that can do it like you, but please, you're hurting yourself very badly. Don't use foul language. It made me feel bad, actually, because I don't use much. I don't use much, and if it is foul, it's not really foul. You know, there's really foul, and then there's a little off. Like some people they don't like the word hell. That's a bad word. You know, I mean, that's not good. Or the word bullshit they don't like, so I won't use it. No, it's true. But it's more descriptive. There's just no word to sort of. But he said, so please. So I've been really good, and for the last 4 or 5 times I've really been good. But, you know, you lose a little something. But reciprocal trade, it basically means you screw us and we'll screw you. It's very simple. And I can't describe it. And I don't think it's foul. But he's probably right. To further protect Michigan auto workers, I will end the Biden-Harris electric vehicle mandate on day one. It's going to end on day one. And I will immediately terminate the Green New scam, and we're going to use that money to build roads and highways and bridges. Under Biden and the radical left Democrats, inflation is wiping out our middle class. Groceries are up 57%. Gasoline is up 69%. Mortgage rates have quadrupled. They've gone up 3, 4, 5 times. And they never include that in their stats, you know. They never include those things. They never include mortgage rates. And you can't get the money anyway, so what really is the number? And since Democrats took over, total household costs have increased by an average of $28,000 per family. Think of that. Under my leadership, we will throw out Bidenomics, and we will replace it very simply with Maganomics. Maganomics. You know, I have to just interject, if you would turn off those cameras, because I don't want this. See the screen up there of me? That's very severe, that comb over. That's a severe sucker. What's with that one? It looks okay from the other side. But that is very severe. I apologize. Man, I looked up there. I said, whoa. Look at that. Wow. That's like a work of art. Only look at that one. Don't look. That one looks. To bring down the prices of all goods, we will end the Biden-Harris war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to start that day one. Under the Trump administration, we had energy independence, and soon we will have energy dominant. We will be more dominant than any country by far, and we were. Just 4 years ago, we started off at number 4, we got to number 3, and then we had to beat Russia. We beat them. Then we had to beat Saudi Arabia. We beat them. And we were like a rocket ship. And then we had this idiotic result. But we will be, and again, we have more. You know, Anwar in Alaska, it's probably the biggest find anywhere in the world. The size of Saudi Arabia, some people say, who knows what it is, but it's massive. Ronald Reagan tried to get it, couldn't get it. And that was easier in those days environmentally. They stopped it with the environment. You know, the environment is very important to me, and environmental is very important, but you know, you can't use it to destroy a country. And they stopped it. They stopped it for years based on the environment. I got it approved. It was totally done. This is since Ronald Reagan, who worked so hard to get Anwar, he wanted to be able to drill in Alaska. Think of it as the size of Saudi Arabia, approximately, bigger than Texas, bigger than everything. We would have had something that nobody else even comes close to. And on the first week in office, his Department of the Interior person, who was just put in Department of Interior, she outlawed it. She said, we're not going to use it, stopped all work. They were ready to start drilling. It took them a while to get ready. They're ready to start drilling. The money would have been incredible. The prices were very high. We're the only country that stops drilling when the prices are at an all-time high. And we stopped drilling, but we'll get that back, and I'll get it back very fast. But Anwar, they caught it. Unbelievable. And I will cut taxes even further than we did before, and that includes no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. All that government does is harass everybody over it anyway. It's like a big harassment operation. They hired 88,000 IRS people to go harass everybody. So if you work in a restaurant, if you drive a cab, or if you do anything having to do with tips, I hope you're going to remember, you know, bartenders, let's see, hospitality workers, a caddy, a barber. Barbers get tips. I don't give mine a big tip because I don't think they do a very good job. If you're a mover, a driver, or anyone else who relies on tips, the money is going to be 100% yours. You better go vote. If that doesn't get you out, if that doesn't get you off your ass to go out and vote for Trump, nothing will. Got to do it. Right? Got to do it. And as we rescue our economy, I will also restore the sacred and sovereign borders of a place called the United States of America, right? United States of America. With Democrats in charge, the greatest invasion in history is taking place right now. This is an invasion of our country. You know, you remember during the time I was trying to get the wall, and I was getting all sorts of assurances, and you couldn't get it from Congress. It was incredible. So I did get a lot of money for the military. So I put an extra $10 billion. I put a little fund, an extra $10 billion. I then called it an invasion of our country, and I took it out of the military, and I got it built. And now we're going to build it larger. We have to close up the areas that weren't built. We have certain areas where we needed to have them open for a little while for getting all of our stuff back. I don't like leaving brand new bulldozers and everything on the other side of the border, right? We want to close it up. But we had certain areas we had to close up. And when they took over, they said, we're not going to close it. I said, these guys actually do. I thought they were kidding. I thought they would not being serious. They want to, who would want an open border? Who would want an open border where people come in from prisons and jails and mental institutions? Either people that don't love our country, stupid people, they're not stupid because anybody that can cheat that well in an election's not stupid. Or maybe a new thing's emerging where they want to get people to vote illegally, and they don't care. They have no shame. And we're watching that. Our chairman is here. The Republican chairman is here, the whole thing. See? The big boss is here in Michigan, so you're going to remember that. But we're working on that, but they do. They're trying to sign people up who just came in, who have no idea where they are, what they're doing. They came in. And in many cases, they're very rough people, but they came in, they're trying to sign them up to vote. This is what they'll do. Because think of it. If they have open borders, if they have men playing in women's sports, if they have a raise in, they're going to raise your taxes by four times. 4 times. Think of it. What you're paying now, you're going to pay 4 times more. With policy like this, nobody can get elected. The only way you can get elected is to cheat. And they are really good at it. That's the only thing they're good at. That's the only thing they focus on. They have no good policies. They don't do anything well. But they're using these people, and they're trying to sign up the people. And we've caught them, and we sue, and we do all the things that you have to do. But they have no shame whatsoever. So that's really one of the big reasons I think they're allowing it, because they're not stupid enough to allow prisoners and people from mental institutions, people from insane asylums, and it drives them crazy. Hannibal Lecter, the late, great Hannibal Lecter, would like to have you for dinner. He wants you for dinner. That's the end of you, by the way. But no, these people are being dumped into our country, and nothing good is going to happen from it. That's why we have to do a big deportation and get them the hell out, okay? We have no chance. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are plunging. We have become a dumping ground for the world, which is laughing at us. They can't believe how stupid we are, how stupid we are. We're destroying our country. They can't believe what they're getting away with, but they're getting away with it at levels that they never thought possible. In Venezuela, crime is down 72%. Caracas, Venezuela, was a very, very dangerous place. And now, because of the great job they've done in removing their criminals into the United States, next year we're going to have our Michigan rally in Caracas, Venezuela, because it's nice and safe. Okay? Does that sound like a good idea to you? Because we want safety. Now the press is going to write that. They're going to say, Donald Trump proposed next year's Michigan rally in Caracas, Venezuela. They'll say, isn't that horrible? Isn't that unpatriotic? You understand. This is what I have to go with. I'm only kidding, press. I'm only kidding. Although maybe it's not a bad idea. So El Salvador is an interesting one because I know the president. He's a young guy, and he's been getting this great press that his crime rate's way down, and they're training their criminals. Well, you don't train criminals, okay? Maybe every once in a while you get lucky, but you don't. So in El Salvador, murders are down 70%. He's saying, yes, we're teaching. He's different. Most of them just say, well, the United States is stupid, so we're dumping all our criminals. He does it differently, smart. He goes, we're working with our people that are causing problems and crime. And he's not working with them. He's dumping them in the United States. And their crime rate, their murder rate is down 72%, 73%, and going up. And I don't blame them, because if I was running one of those countries, and we're not just talking in South America, but if I were running one of those countries, I would have been doing it much more. They're also emptying their jails. The big thing is their jails. Those jails were packed. Now all of a sudden it's like, oh, isn't this wonderful? They're doing such a wonderful job. They're dumping their criminals into the United States of America, and we're not going to take it anymore. Stupid people. You're not going to teach a criminal not to be a criminal. Not going to happen. and you don't have the time, you don't have the energy because you have to do other things. That is why as soon as I take the oath of office, we will begin the largest deportation operation in the history of our country, even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower many years ago. He was a big deportation person. Under the radical left Democrats, Michigan communities are being overrun with migrant crime. You know that better than anybody, right? Does everybody agree? It's being unbelievable. In Oakland County, criminal squads of illegal alien gang members are hiding in the trees and breaking into Michigan homes after dark, looting them for jewelry, purses. They're taking the women's purses right out of their bedrooms. Electronics, cash, they're stealing, they're robbing the houses. Earlier this year in Kent County. Does anybody live in Kent County here? Sounds good to me, but you're not going to like this. A sadistic illegal alien, of which there are many criminals, was sentenced for executing a 22-year-old Grand Rapids woman while she was in her car with her 1-year-old baby, shooting her at least 5 times with a rifle at point-blank range, while the killer was wanted on an outstanding warrant for attempted strangulation of another woman. When I return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of our American suburbs, cities, and towns. We will shut down deadly sanctuary cities. We're not going to have them anymore. And we will shift massive portions of federal law enforcement to immigration enforcement. We're going to get the bad ones out. We're going to get them out immediately. It's not going to take long. We're going to rely on law enforcement, and we're going to give law enforcement back their dignity, respect, and power so they're allowed to protect you. It's no wonder Joe Biden and his thugs are so desperate to stop us. They know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. You know, we talk about Biden like he's a feeble old guy, and he is. But it's the people that surround him. I mean, he's perfect for them. This is the fascists and communists and some bad people surround him. I know just about all of them. I can tell you about all of them. Did you hear about our big victory in Florida last week? Did you hear? We won the big case. We're going to take down Trump. We're going to take down Trump. No, when you have a great court system, when you have honorable judges, people that really love the country, good things can happen. But we won that case in its entirety. That was the one that's going to take him down. They've been saying that for, 8 years now, right? And here we are leading in every poll. We got to get it close. You got it close. You got it close. We don't want to talk too much. I always say if we win, because I don't like saying when we win, because they cheat like hell. So if we win, but we got to get it close. We're close. 4 months, but you know what 4 months is in this racket? Like an eternity. 4 months is like an eternity, but we're leading by a lot, not just by a little. We're leading every state, every important swing state by a lot, and we're leading nationally by a lot. But we got to get it close. The radical left Democrats rigged the presidential election in 2020, and we're not going to allow them to rig the presidential election in 2024. We're not going to allow it. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a great badge of honor. You know, I've been indicted more than the legendary Alphonse Capone, Scarface. He was a tough man. See that guy right there? Ultra MAGA. You're Ultra MAGA. He's tough as hell. But if Alphonse didn't like you, you would be in the foundation of a building rising someplace in your great state, right? He was not. He was a tough cookie, this guy. I got indicted more than Alphonse Capone. Think of it. My parents are looking down. I had wonderful parents. They never saw this for me. They never saw. Let's see, I'm voting for, oh, I don't want to even read that one. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But I'm being indicted for you. Don't worry about these fake indictments. These aren't indictments. These are Biden indictments. These are a sick, weak, pathetic man who can't run an election, so he indicts his opponent thinking that's going to win. And in many cases it would. You know, third world countries do this a lot. Banana republics do it a lot. We've never done it. And we're going to teach them why they can never do it again. Because it's actually hard to believe. It's actually driven our poll numbers way up. And then we had the debate. Did anybody watch the debate? Poll. Who won the debate? Biden or Trump? Poll, free poll. I just saved $300,000. Isn't it something these pollsters, they come, oh, I have Tony Fabrizio and McLaughlin back there. I got to be careful. But I just saved $300,000 doing that poll. They interview like 97 people have been interviewed. And Trump is leading by a little smidgen. I got 25,000 people here or something. They got so many people outside. I wish we could include them. I'd love to get them in. Would anybody like to leave now and let the other people come? That's not nice. Never forget, our enemies want to take away my freedom because I will never let them take away your freedom. They want to silence me because I will never let them silence you. And in the end, they're not after me, they're after you. I just happen to be standing in their way, and I always will. Right? I always will, fellas. So we have some exciting news today because we're pleased to be joined by many outstanding Michigan patriots. They are, I know every one of them, including your next U.S. Senator from Michigan, Mike Rogers. And Mike is just as adamant as me. He'll vote to stop the invasion, end inflation, halt the outsourcing of Michigan jobs, and bring back the auto industry. You are going to double or triple your auto industry within the next 3 years under Trump. Mark it down. Mark it down. Because we're not taking their cars. We want them to build the cars here, using you people to build them. Also with us is another good man who is running for Michigan Senate seat, Sandy Pensler. Do you know Sandy? So I have a big announcement to make then. Sandy has just announced that he would like to do something very important tonight. So you have Mike, who's a total pro, Sandy, who's a total pro. I'd like to ask both of them to come on up, and I'd like to have Sandy make a statement first. Thank you. Come on up, fellas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was so inspired when President Trump kissed the empty uniform of Corey Compatore. I flashed back immediately to a couple days after 9/11 at the local firehouse where I hugged the lone remaining survivor and looked out at 12 empty uniforms. Thank you for honoring all of them as well. My campaign was always about making America better. The best way to do that is to enact President Trump's policies. Let's go, Trump! Let's go, Trump! To do that, we need control of the Senate. A divisive, continued primary effort hurts the chances of that, and that's not okay. So tonight, I'm doing the right thing and ceasing my Senate candidacy. No, it's not an aha, it's the right thing. President Trump endorsed Mike Rogers. Tonight, so am I. Mike's gonna make a heck of a senator. So I want you guys to look around the room tonight, because everything goes through Michigan. The presidency, the Senate, the House, and the State House. Look around, make a pledge to each other. We're gonna fight like hell to save America and elect Donald Trump, Mike Rogers, and the rest of the ticket on the Republican Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. I am honored to have you stand with us and all Republicans to win the state of Michigan. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your leadership. You're going to be an important voice going forward in our party in Michigan. And Mr. President, I want to say this, as a former law enforcement guy, it wasn't that the bullet took you to the ground. It was the fact that you got back up for America. You bet. I have spent my career working to protect America as an Army officer, as an FBI agent working organized crime in Chicago, as the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. I have never seen a more unsafe America because of the Democrats over the last 4 years. Here's the good news, Mr. President. You will have a partner in the United States Senate that will bring manufacturing back to Michigan. We are the arsenal of democracy. We will be again in this great state. And I'll pledge to you, I will get Department of Justice reoriented to actually going after criminals. We are going to dismantle fentanyl distribution from here to the steppes of China, and we're going to tell China, you sell in the United States, you'll have a price to pay. Mr. President, I'll guarantee you this as well. With your leadership, winning the state of Michigan, winning for the United States, putting America back in Washington, D.C. versus Washington, D.C. and the rest of America, we will make America respected again. We will bring back law and order again. We will make America safe again. Let's flip the Senate. Let's elect Donald J. Trump and Mike Rogers to the Senate, and let's get busy. Thanks, Mr. President.
We're unifying the party, and that was beautiful to watch. Thank you, Sandy and Mike. And Mike, good luck. You're running against somebody that's such a bad senator. You don't even, I was there for 4 years plus. I don't even remember meeting that particular person. This is not a senator for Michigan. Mike Rogers is going to be a great senator. He's got gravitas. He really knows his way, highly respected in Washington. And I think, I mean, it should be an easy race. Nothing's easy, but it should be an easy race. So good luck, good luck. And thank you very much, Sandy, Mike. We're also joined by members of Congress and they're great people, friends of mine, warriors. Jack Bergman. Jack? Thank you, Jack. Great job. A real friend of mine, somebody I was very much in favor of right at the beginning, John James. Thank you, John. A warrior, somebody who helped me do a lot of different things. He gets things done. Bill Heisinger. Bill, thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. And another one. These are all great people. Tim Wahlberg. Thank you for everything you've done, Tim. You've been unbelievable. Always there for me, right? Always there. And a man from a slightly different location, a little bit down. You're not going to get there with an electric car, but unless you want to stop a few times. But comes from a state known as Florida, a great place, and he's so respected. He's such an incredible man. Brian Mass. Brian. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Brian. Thank you, Brian. What a guy he is. He's a warrior. He's a real warrior. Thank you, Brian. Michigan House Republican leader, Matt Hall. Thank you, Matt. Good job you're doing, Matt. Are we going to win, Matt? Will you please make sure? We need these local ones, right? That's right. Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric Nesbitt. Thank you, Eric. Great. Thank you. Good job. A congressional candidate who I hear is doing very well, Tom Barrett. Tom, get in there and win. Good. A friend of mine who was really brave, ran a tough race. It's amazing, actually. Really did well. Her father was a very special guy who was in the steel industry, and he passed away. A battle with cancer, a long-time battle, but he was fantastic. And I got to know them both very well. She's a terrific woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Ambassador Joe Sella. Thank you, Joe. Good job you're doing, Joe. Very important person in this room, Michigan GOP Chairman. Where are you? Okay. Pete Hoekstra. Oh, there he is. I fought like hell for him to take that job, right, Pete? I said, Pete, you got to do it. No, how are we doing, Pete? How are we doing? Huh? We're doing good. If you're in charge, he's going to win. He was a congressman, a really good one, respected. He left. I made him ambassador. He was a great ambassador. And I then said, Pete, you got to do it. He lives here. I said, you got to do it. And we appreciate you doing it. Both of you, thank you very much. We appreciate it very much. RNC chairman, he put on that show with a person named Lara Trump. How good is she? How good is she? She's unbelievable. She made a great speech. And her husband made a very good speech the other night, didn't he? Eric and Don. I don't want to talk about anyone else, only my kids, you know. But they all did well. Everybody did well, honestly. I do think Hulk Hogan, I thought he was incredible. I hadn't seen him in a while. And I'll tell you what, I'm not going to mess with him, right? We're not going to mess with the Hulkster. But he was fantastic the other night. All of them, every single one. My granddaughter did very well. Look, she's scarred. What about, who said that? Who said my granddaughter? Wow. Kai. Kai is great. Great golfer. She's a great golfer. But we have another man who's very important, and the RNC chairman, Michael Watley, who's been incredible, wherever Michael is. Mike. Thank you, Mike. Great job. I said, Michael, you have one job. We got so many votes, we don't know what to do with them. You got to guard the vote. When those votes get put in, they can't be missing. They can't throw them out. They can't stuff ballot boxes. They can't cheat. Make sure. And, you know, he headed up North Carolina. And on that night, a while ago, that certain election night, that miserable where we thought it was won at 10 o'clock in the evening, and then all of a sudden, Additional votes have been reported in various places. We don't have to get into it. North Carolina held totally steady. He had 603 lawyers working. Other people didn't have lawyers working. And bad things happened, but this guy held, and I said, that's the guy I want to run the party. And Michael, I know you're doing a great job, and you're going to do something very special. We don't need votes. We need to guard the vote. You ever hear the expression, too big to rig? The more we get in there, the harder it is for them. My daughter and her husband, Tiffany and Michael, where are you? Tiffany and Michael, you're around here someplace. Two great people. Fairly recently, thank you, Tiff. Great people. And Michael's father's here tonight, highly respected guy, great businessman, and a highly respected guy. From the moment we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden and Kamala, I call her Laughing Kamala. You ever watch her laugh? She's crazy. You know, you can tell a lot by a laugh. No, she's crazy. She's nuts. She's not as crazy as Nancy Pelosi. Crazy Nancy. Did you see Nancy Pelosi is selling out Biden now? Did you see? She turned on him like a dog. Well, I don't know if he should continue. All of a sudden, where did that come from? She was 100%. All of a sudden, she's not sure. Not sure means he's gone. But no, she's crazy as a bedbug. She's a crazy person. I believe we're going to have the 4 greatest years of the history of our country. I believe that. And I believe that Michigan is going to have the greatest of all of any of the states, because I'm going to bring back your auto industry. I'm not going to take this. You know, in Mexico, they're building among the largest plants for auto manufacturing anywhere in the world. In Mexico, near the border, they think that they're going to make cars and sell them into the United States and lose all our jobs. It's not happening. And you know who owns those plants? China! China owns them. And we're not letting it happen. We'll put 200% tariffs on, 400, I don't care what would. Whoever is building your plants, we're not allowing any of those cars to come into the United States, okay? We're telling that to Mexico right now. You want to build those plants? A friend of mine who builds plants, that's all he can do. He's a great guy, but his strength is plants. If you say walk across the street, he's not that good at it. But to build a plant, he has no problem. He builds a great auto plant. So I said, I'd like to see one. Take me. He goes, well, I'll have to go to Mexico. I said, what about the United States? No, not so much. He goes, they're actually some of the biggest in the world being built right now in Mexico. I said, this happened over the last couple of years with this stupid president that we have. Stupid. He's a stupid person. And I can say it because, you know, once he weaponized justice, you know, I would never talk about a president like that. Once he weaponized justice against me, I said, oh, wow, that's really incredible. That's never been done before. I can do it. And I'm knocking him out. But sometimes you have crooked judges. We have some real crooked judges, too. That's the only way. The only way I can lose is crooked judges, but we'll get it overturned, anything that happens. But once he weaponized, I wouldn't talk that way. In fact, before this happened, before he did this, I treated him not nicely, but I treated him with far more respect than I do right now. It's one of those things. But we can't let these companies come in and steal our wealth, steal our jobs, destroy our companies, and end up building it 10 miles across the border and think we're going to allow them to get away with it. We're not. They have to build it over here, and they have to use our people. So, and it's going to happen. And Michigan will benefit more than any state in the union because they stole your auto industry, and we're going to bring it back, and it's going to be at a level that it was in its height. Okay? You hear that, John James? You hear that? We're going to put John James in charge. And the amazing thing, it's not even hard to do. It's not even hard. It's so crazy. You know, if you want to build something in China, you're building it here and you send it over there. We don't want it. They'll charge you like 250% tariff. We don't want it. Then you get an invite. build your plant over here. So these companies, they go over there. Harley Davidson did it in India. They couldn't sell. They had a 200% tariff on motorbikes. I had them in the office in the White House, the Oval Office, and the head of Harley Davidson. I was disappointed in that, actually. We were talking about it. I was telling them the problems, and I was going to help them out. But I said, how are you doing in India? No good. Why? We have a 200% tariff. In other words, if we sell a bike, they have like this massive tariff. And I said, well, if you have a 200% tariff, that means you're not going to be able to sell any. But they invited them over to build a plant, and Harley Davidson went, and I guess they're building the plant or built it or something. But that's what they do. I don't blame India. I blame us for allowing it to happen. It's not going to happen anymore. I had it stopped, and then we had the COVID fight. We had to fight COVID. We did a great job. We never got the credit. We got credit for military. We got credit for everything. I defeated ISIS. We did unbelievable things. Unbelievable. We got the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cuts in history. You know, when I go to the companies, the big companies, highly sophisticated, I said, so I got you the biggest tax cuts in history, and that was good for jobs. And I got you the biggest regulation cuts in history, and that was good for jobs. If you could only have one, would you take the regulation cuts or the tax cuts? Every single person, and I must have asked the question 200 times over the years, said the regulation cuts were more important than the tax cuts. Can you believe it? You wouldn't think that. But we got you the biggest regulation cuts in history. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, shortly after we win the presidency, we win. We're going to all win it together. I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine settled. And I will be the only one that can make this statement. I will prevent World War III from happening. You're very close to World War III. If I was president, the Afghanistan disaster, which probably caused Putin to go in, and by the way, he wouldn't have gone in with me. He would have never gone in with me. And he didn't. And by the way, he didn't. But the Afghanistan disaster, not the fact we're getting out. I was getting out. After 21 years, you get the hell out. But I would have kept Bagram. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We gave it to them so stupidly. It's one of the biggest airfields in the world. We built it many years ago for billions of dollars. We were going to keep that. We were going to man it, keep it. Think of it, 1 hour away. You know who has it now? China has it now. How stupid are we? Should have kept that. And you know the lift? The lift should have been done at Bagram, not their little local airport where they had riots all over the place, and then the bombs started going, killing 13 of our great people, obliterating, I heard the number this morning, 47. That's maybe the right number because we're looking at 47, you know that, right? Obliterated 47 great young Americans, their legs gone, their arms gone, their face just wiped out. And hundreds of people besides, hundreds of people. The worst catastrophe, the worst, most embarrassing disaster, I think, ever that happened ever in this country. And because of that, I think Putin looked at that, the incompetence, the stupidness of Milley and these guys that don't know what the hell they're doing. And he looked at it and he said, this is a great time to go into Ukraine. But he would have never done it with me. If I was president, the Afghan disaster would have never happened. Ukraine would have never happened. And October 7th, the attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. Iran had no money. They were broke. Now they have $250 billion. But we'll get along with Iran. We'll get along with whoever we have to get along with, but it would have never happened. All of the things, and you know what wouldn't have happened? Inflation wouldn't have happened because I had energy low. Inflation was caused by energy going up twice. I will restore a thing called peace through strength. That's what we have. Remember, I'm the only president in 80 years that I started no new wars. I finished some. Totally defeated the ISIS caliphate. In my next term, we will build a great Iron Dome missile defense shield over our country, a dome the likes of which has not been seen. And it will be entirely built in the USA, and much of it will be built right here in Michigan. Why shouldn't we have the same protection that other countries have, Bill? Why shouldn't we have the same protection that Israel has and that other countries have. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do this many years ago, but honestly, we didn't have the technology. Now we do. 301 missiles were shot at Israel, and almost every one of them was knocked out of the sky. It's an unbelievable technology. And it's our technology, and we're going to use it for our country, and we're going to be a lot safer than not having it. The Iron Dome, we're going to build the great Iron Dome, the latest and the greatest, and much is going to be made right here in Michigan, as you can imagine. And we will not cut one penny from Social Security or Medicare. And they are really, you know, they want to raise the retirement age. Biden wants to raise the retirement age and they're going to. You know why? All of these immigrants coming in, they're trying to put them onto Medicare and Social Security. So not only do they want them to vote, they want to destroy Social Security and Medicare. It's not going to happen, and we're not raising your age. One day, he's going to destroy. First of all, he doesn't have any idea what the hell he's doing. But I kept that promise 4 years ago. Remember, they said, he'll come in and raise Social Security. I went through 4 years. It was never even a topic that was allowed to be discussed. Because we have, between the liquid gold under our feet and all of the other things and the growth mechanism that we have in this country, we don't have to cut Social Security, which people have earned, and we're never going to cut it. And when you hear that stupid guy, that low IQ guy, get up and say, I inherited 9% inflation. False. He inherited 1.4, but really nothing. And when he says, he's going to raise Social Security, no, false. He's going to raise it because he's stupid. That's why he's going to raise it. Don't believe it. They have this line where it goes one after the other. But one thing, it's very simple. They're going to raise your taxes 4 times, and that's there because they don't want to renew the tax cuts that I gave. It's approximately a 4 times increase, and they don't want to renew them. But you can't believe these people when they get up. Biden and I watched Camilla the other day, brilliantly put on Fox. I don't know why Fox does it. Please, Fox, will you please get smart? Will you please get smart? And she's ranting, he is going to destroy Social Security. He's going to destroy Medicare. He's going to destroy this. I mean, just made up. It's just sound bites. It's disinformation. That's the other thing they're good at. They say anything they want to say. I am going to protect your Social Security. We're not going to be raising the number of years. We're not going to raise it by 1 day, let alone 1 year or 5 years or 10 years like some stupid people want to do. We're going to grow our country. It's going to be growth. And it's going to be using the assets and resources that we have, much of it right under the ground. We're going to rebuild our cities into beacons of hope, safety, and beauty better than they have ever been before. We're going to have to work with the Democrat governors and mayors on that. But our cities are just horribly run. And then we have our capital, our beautiful capital in Washington, D.C. We're going to take it over. We're going to clean it up. We're going to renovate it. We're going to rebuild it. We're going to make our capital the most beautiful anywhere in the world. We're going to get rid of the nightmare of murder and crime. And it will become the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world once again, but far more beautiful than it was before. And when you want to go from Michigan to see the Washington Monument, yes, we're keeping the name Washington. We're not changing the name. Or the Jefferson Memorial, where there's a big move to change the name. We're not changing the name. Remember when they were knocking down statues and I was president, and I found an old bill, and I reenacted the old bill. Anybody touching, knocking down, or even trying to harm any of our great statues or monuments goes to jail for a 10-year period with no commutation and no shortening of the sentence. And it was a beautiful sight as we watched everybody leave town. They left town so quickly. They left town. We said, bye, everybody. No, we have to meet people that have evil intentions. They wanted to knock down the Jefferson. If I didn't get the military out to save the Jefferson Memorial, they would have done a job. But I found this old law that today we're almost incapable of producing things like that. 10 years, and there's nothing like good behavior, and you get out in 2 days. It's 10 years in jail if you touch our monuments, if you even try to knock them down. I had a news conference, I signed it, And everybody left town. It was a beautiful thing to do. We're not doing it. We won't be changing the name of Jefferson, Washington, Lincoln, like they did our forts. I get out of office, they did our forts, right? We won 2 world wars of those forts, and now they have different names, many of them. Fort Bragg, and the people that live next to Fort Bragg are not happy. They're not happy. They changed the name. We won 2 world wars out of Fort Bragg, and then they decide to change the name because they think it's politically correct. On day 1, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and any other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content onto the shoulders of our children. And I will not give 1 penny to any school that has a vaccine mandate or a mask mandate. And I will keep men immediately, day 1, out of women's sports. And I will fully uphold our very important but under siege Second Amendment, as I did for 4 years. And I got the full endorsement from the NRA. You saw that. They gave us their full, strongest endorsement. No, for 4 years I protected, and it was not that easy to do. We will protect innocent life, and we will restore free speech, and I will secure our elections. Our goal will be one-day voting with paper ballots, proof of citizenship, and voter ID. It's very simple. But until then, Republicans must win. We have to win, 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 win. We want a landslide that is too big to rig. I said it before. I'll say it 100, 200, 300 times before that very spectacular date. But, you know, remember, November 5th is not really the date. It starts in early September, North Carolina and some others. Because now we have these ridiculous laws where you can vote before the election, after the election. We got to have one-day voting, one-day voting. What happened to those ballots that were over there last week? Oh, sir, we moved them around a little bit. Oh, really? I mean, think of it. You vote 2 months early. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. Where are all the ballots that happened? Why are they using a shovel? They're shoveling off. You ever see what goes on? Take a look at what happened in Georgia. They're shoveling ballots into wheelbarrows, moving them around. If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States and added them up, they would not have done near the destruction to our country as Joe Biden and his horrible Biden administration have done. They're destroying our country. They are destroying our country. And, you know, we get up and we have levity, we have laughter, but honestly, there's really nothing funny about it. They got millions and millions of people, many of whom are criminals and terrorists, flowing through, and people from mental institutions flowing through into our country totally unchecked. And they move many of them into hotels. Some of them are luxury hotels. Hotel owners are making a fortune. They're destroying their hotel in a certain way, but they're making a fortune. And our military is living on the street with nothing. And yet they're putting these people into luxury hotels. So if you want to save America, get your friends, get your family, get everyone you know and vote. You got to vote early, vote absentee. I don't care how you vote. You know, they all say, oh, sir, we have to vote early. Well, you know, a lot of times you vote early, that's gone. You got to vote, and you got to follow your vote. Make sure it doesn't get canceled out. You can do it. Vote on election day. I don't care how you vote. You've got to vote. Vote early if you want. Everyone's saying vote early. I don't. Look, you got to vote. You got to get out and vote. You got to protect your vote. That's what Michael's doing. He did it better than anybody else in the country in North Carolina. That stayed right here when Georgia went down, when Pennsylvania went down. It stayed right there. All of a sudden, in certain states, they found all these votes. A totally rigged election. We're never going to let it happen again, because this time if it happens, we're not going to have a country. We won't have even a semblance of a country left. And if you want to help us ensure election integrity, sign up. It's called ProtectTheVote.com. ProtectTheVote.com. Sign up. And that's on election integrity. You got to watch and watch very carefully. So in conclusion, from Marquette to Midland, from Lansing to Flint, and from Detroit to right here in Grand Rapids. We've had great victories in Grand Rapids. Remember when we won the state of Michigan? Now, we did much better the second time, but I won't mention that. But remember, and I was at Grand Rapids, and we came in, and we had a crowd like nobody ever saw late in the evening. Remember that? You were there? And we had a crowd like nobody's ever seen before. I said, why would we lose Michigan? And we ended up winning Michigan. I was right. Actually, Bill Clinton told Hillary that he was in Michigan. You're going to lose. You know, he's a good politician. He had a natural instinct. He said, you're going to lose Michigan. You're going to lose Wisconsin. They said, whoa, why are we listening to this man tell us this? And he was right. Wisconsin and Michigan. I said, why are we going to lose? We had 49,000 people show up. She had like 300 people show up. I said, why are we going to lose? And we won. We won Michigan. And then we did much better the second time, but bad things happened. We're not going to let that happen anymore. We stand on the shoulders of the brave Michigan patriots and tough Michigan workers who manned the first assembly lines. You remember that? Does anybody remember that? It's a long time ago. Anybody remembers that? They're extremely old. Is there anybody that wants to admit? They revolutionized industries and turned this state into a manufacturing powerhouse like no other. And we're going to bring it back. And we're going to bring it back. I'm not talking about lots of other industries. I'm talking about the auto industry because it's such a big industry. I could say we're going to bring back cement. We're going to bring back all sorts. I'm just talking very simple. It's so simple. It's going to happen so fast. You're going to be at a level as though you were from 30, 40 years ago. You're going to manufacture cars again at a level that you haven't seen in many, many decades. You probably have to get rid of this fool, this stupid idiot representing the United Auto Workers, because he sells the auto. You know, I'm much more popular than anybody with the auto workers. We're going to get 95% of their vote. But they have a guy that, I mean, he pushes the electric mandate, and they're going to be made in China. They got to get rid of that guy. He's bad news. Your Michigan ancestors gave us Motown, the Mustang, and the might of the American Midwest, and it really is a might. They forged the steel, laid the railroads, tilled the fields, fought the battles, and won the victories that made America into the greatest and most powerful nation in the history of the world. That's true. It was the most powerful. But now we are a nation in decline, and it's a very serious decline. We are a failing nation. We are a nation run by fools and stupid people. We're a nation that has lost its confidence, its willpower, and its strength. We're a nation that has lost its way. But we are not going to allow this horror to continue. We're not going to let it happen. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. With the right leadership, every disaster crooked Joe Biden has created can be fixed, and very, very quickly. Every problem can be solved, and every wrong can be rectified. By this time next year, America's borders will be strong, sealed, and secure. Very easily. Get ready, Tom Homan. Inflation will be in full retreat. Our economy will be roaring back. Optimism will be surging. You will have your confidence back. We don't have any confidence. That's like an athlete that can't sink the shot, can't hit the ball, lost his confidence. We're going to have you hitting the ball again. We're going to have you playing at the top of your game. The American dream will be thriving again for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. Law and justice will reign all throughout our land. Freedom will be restored. The flame of liberty will be burning bright. Crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, will be a fading memory of the past, and our great silent majority, including the once forgotten men and women of our country, will be the one shaping America's magnificent future when I am the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you. Because we are all Americans, and together we will show November 5th to be the most important day in the history of America. It will be the most important day. And when we turn it, our country's going to be great again. And if we don't turn it, our country is finished. You know it, and I know it, and everybody knows it. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michigan. Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Okay, that was former President Trump. He spoke for an hour and 48 minutes. I am looking at the counter. It's 1 hour and 48 minutes. I mean, certainly kind of a typical Trump speech. If you've seen other rally speeches, a lot of the same elements of the speeches. I don't think it was very much different than a lot of speeches. Maybe a little longer than some of them. But, you know, a lot of similar things that you might have heard in other speeches that he gives. Don't think it's certainly much of a change. I will say this. It doesn't seem like after the shooting speeches are going to be very different from the before the shooting speeches, because it's pretty similar to me. Anyways, we'll take some comments here from you guys, but again, I don't see really much of a difference. Let's see what you have to say. Oh, and guys, I really apologize. So the Reuters camera, the Reuters feed. Whoa. The Reuters feed was having an issue with the sound, as you know, and there was some buzzing. And I actually talked to Reuters about it, and like they couldn't do anything about it. They're aware of the issue, but there was just a technical issue, and the sound was, once in a while it happens. So I'm sorry there was some buzzing on the audio, but I couldn't do anything about it. I have that feed. There's actually a second feed I had today that I could have used, and the second feed, the sound was even worse than this one. Sometimes there's problems. Sometimes the venue, it can be hard to get a signal, or there's issues with the mic or whatever. So again, you know, I can't speak exactly why it happened, but I'm sorry that we didn't have perfect sound. But you could at least hear what he was saying. All right, so Trump is waving and making his way off. But an hour and 48 minutes, that was the length of the speech. So we'll take some comments on it as soon as he leaves. Hey, by the way, a quick thanks to Jeffrey Orand for your support. Thanks so much, Jeffrey Orand. And also thanks to Minxie and Joe and the Mass Effect Krant and Sander M. and Casper and Inked Patriot, Andrew Schlegel and Matt and Peep TB God, Abdul Karim Saleh, Brian Tampa, Rob Van Roy, Jay Redwood. Thank you so much. Also thanks on Twitch to Emilio1213, Relila, Sergeant Supervillain, Rocky Coast. Thanks for your support over there on Twitch. So we'll stay on the video for. I think we'll lose the video shortly, but you can watch as the people start filing out. Yeah, I think I heard the place was full. I read online it was full. About 13,000 people there, I believe. I did not see any big Biden updates while while Trump was speaking. There is a story that came out. I haven't even read it yet, but I saw some summaries of it. Where the Washington Post is reporting that the basic idea of what they're reporting, the Washington Post, is they're saying that the Secret Service, after the Trump shooting, the Secret Service initially denied that Trump's campaign had made any requests for additional security that were turned down. But the Washington Post is saying that over the last couple of years, there were some requests from the Trump campaign for additional security that the Secret Service turned down. So I haven't read the article, and I don't know the details. But one point is that originally, I believe, right after the shooting, the Secret Service was denying that they had ever turned down Trump requests for additional security. Now the Washington Post is reporting that there were some requests that were turned down, which is, I'm guessing this is another thing that might be asked about on Monday. Monday at 10 a.m., the head of the Secret Service is going to appear before the House Oversight Committee, and we're going to cover that live. I'm going to have live video for you. We're covering that live on Monday morning. We'll come on the air a bit before 10 a.m., but we will be bringing that to you live. So I hope you join us on Monday morning for that. That's going to be the Secret Service has not spoke publicly about this. That's going to be the first time. So the Secret Service director is going to be in front and answering questions from the House Oversight Committee on Monday. 10 a.m. is when it starts. We'll be on before that, but I hope you join us on Monday. So keep that on your calendar. Oh, by the way, I really appreciate all of our moderators who have been here during the chat. I know we had a lot of people chatting. One Way Street, thank you so much for moderating. Ruth Krafasi, for example. RJ, Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Over there on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Riff Tracks, and Surly Dev. And Facebook today, we've had Margaret Riley moderating and Ronald Egnor. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you. All right, let me read some comments from you guys. What did you guys think of the rally speech? As I said, one thing that occurred to me, and I just said it, is it doesn't seem to me that the post-shooting speeches are going to be much different from the pre-shooting rally speeches, if that's a guide, because that sounded pretty similar to me than the ones before the rally. God Is My Banner said it had its moments. Jingle Jimbo thought it was too long. It was an hour and 48 minutes long. That is long. I don't know the average rally speech, but from my experience, that is a bit longer. Although I don't have an exact statistical breakdown. I don't believe the rally speeches are usually an hour and 48 minutes, but I haven't, just to be clear, this is going off my general impression. I haven't been sitting and timing these things. Jeffrey C. thought it was a great speech. 428 Eliminator thought it was a run-on speech. Eventually, as sometimes happens, Fox News was covering it. CNN and MSNBC, when I checked, were not covering it. Fox was covering it. I don't know, MSNBC and CNN might have showed some of it. But when I checked in the middle, they were not covering it. Fox was covering it, and I believe that Fox left like around a half hour. I looked at Fox like a half hour before the end of the speech, and they had gone away from it, which sometimes does happen. So they gave it a fair amount of time. Brad thought it was the greatest speech he ever made. Green Raven thought it was as long as it needed to be. Pippi Longstocking thinks his speeches have not changed in years. Why does the length of the speech matter? I think it's interesting. because I think it's interesting. How about that? Why does any of the things matter? I certainly look for things that are different. So that kind of stood out to me as one thing. Let's see here. Let me read some more comments from you guys. No, at one point I was watching Fox and they were talking over it. Not the whole thing, but at one point I checked. Maybe they went back after that. Satire loved it. Jess Caputi thought it was so repetitive. Chris McVeigh thinks his past few appearances, his appearances since the attempt on his life, Chris thought his demeanor is more subdued, not a lot, but noticeable. Barbara Day says he's back to bashing Biden. Eve Richards thought it was not long enough. Stasha Morgan says, how is it a great speech when it's all about hate? Randy J says, similar to the last speech. Paul Wildigo says, I loved his speech. Kiwi NZ thought it was rambling. Knight of Thyre thought he seemed lower energy. Jingle Jimbo thought it was the very usual Trump speech. Bite-sized video, we are not talking about those topics on this broadcast, but I have been posting about them on my X account. I would highly encourage people, if they like breaking news coverage, not only to subscribe and follow this channel, but also follow me on X, at Lookner on X. I cover all kinds of live breaking news over there. I have posted a bunch of stuff today about, for example, the Yemen situation. So follow me on X, at Lookner. I'll post a link to that in the chat. Nigel thought his volume was all over the place. Lily's thoughts says he seems stronger to me. Very, very mixed. We have a very mixed opinion on it in the chat. Father Time thought it was a great speech. Zombie Powder said, same old crap. Justin Avery says, everyone saying rambling isn't listening. Kiwi says, nothing new and repetitive. I'll do a poll just because I know you guys always yell at me to do polls, but I don't think it's that instructive because I think I think the people who like Trump are going to say they like the speech, and the people who don't like Trump are going to say they didn't like the speech. That's what I think is going to happen. And I don't know what percentage of each are watching the broadcast. So my poll will just be, did you like the speech? My guess is that the answer is that the responses will track what percentage of people like the candidate. But then people can't get mad at me for not doing a poll. Our result right now on YouTube is 68% said they'd liked it and 32% said they didn't. And on Twitch, 52% said they liked it and 48% said they didn't. Polar Cat says you should have added a meh option. Oh, I could have done that. Maybe next time I'll add that option. Erica Heel thought today's speech was better than his speech at the convention. Mimi says, I'm changing my vote to meh. There was an interesting moment in the speech where he talked about Elon Musk, and he was like saying, he was kind of praising Elon Musk and he was saying that Elon Musk gave him a lot of money. But then at the same time, he started like kind of trashing electric cars. So it's this kind of odd thing going on where, on the one hand, he wants to say nice, and he said a bunch of nice things about him. But on the other hand, he then goes on to say a lot of bad things about electric cars. I just thought it was an interesting dynamic going on there. If you didn't see it, go back and watch. It's towards the beginning. You can go back. It's like a 5-minute section of the speech. All right, so the poll ended, I think it was 56-44 on Twitch. 56 said like it and 44% said didn't. And then on YouTube, it was 70% said like it and 30% said didn't like it. Hey, thanks so much to Punished Foxo for your support, who said, no one picked up on the constant switching between teleprompter and ad-lib. It felt so awkward and disjointed with weird transitions. So I know he did that in the convention speech because there were reporters there who said that he switched. And I think that's something he does fairly regularly, is sometimes he's on the prompter and sometimes he goes off prompter and starts ad-libbing. Thank you, Punished Foxo. Our viewer, Aaron, says he always does the ad-lib in the teleprompter. Oh, who was the guy that stepped down? So Michigan has not had their primary election yet. And they have a Senate election coming up because Debbie Stabenow, their senator, is retiring. So in the primary, they have multiple Republican and multiple Democratic candidates. So what happened is Mike Rogers and another candidate were standing up there today, and Trump had endorsed Mike Rogers. So the other candidate said he's not going to run because he wants the party to be unified. So that's what happened there. But it's a little confusing because you'd think like, oh, don't they have their primary done? No. The Michigan primary is on, where is it here? Where is it? The Michigan primary is August 6th. August 6th is the Michigan primary. That's when it is. I'm going to pull up like a random county and just pull up a ballot. I went to the Michigan Voter Information Center, which is a government website. And, right, so look. So just to show you here, I just picked a random, county in Michigan. But you can see there's United States Senator, there's two people running on the Democratic side. And then I think today you saw Mike Rogers and Sandy Pensler. And I think Sandy Pensler today said, I'm not running. And Mike Rogers is the one who Trump endorsed. See, there's 4 Republicans on the ballot here. So that's what happened there. I don't even know what polling people were getting in that state. I'm going to go check that out right now. 538 says that, can I even find a primary poll? By the way, so Newsweek says that primary polls were favoring Mike Rogers in the upcoming primary. So I haven't been following the polling, but it sounds like Rogers was favored anyway, given the recent polling. Anyways, I don't have a poll handy though for the Republican primary. Well, let's see here. Yes, so 538 has a poll posted from Taryn's group from a couple weeks ago, in which Rogers has 52% and Amash has 14%. Anyways. From my brief research, it looks like Mike Rogers, who spoke today, is the leading leader, is the favorite for the Republican Senate nomination in Michigan. Hang on a second here. Hey, a Democratic member of Congress, Brendan Boyle, has called on the leader of the Secret Service to resign. He's a Democrat. Look, right here. Democrat Brendan Boyle calls on the head of the Secret Service to resign. And he is Pennsylvania. Yeah, he's Philadelphia. Calls on the head of the Secret Service to resign. Oops, sorry. I'm just going to post this. Sorry, I'm just posting this right now. So again, he said, I'm very sorry to reach this conclusion. I have no confidence in the leadership of the United States Secret Service. I hereby call on Kimberly Cheadle to resign. We are streaming live on X right now. We're live on X. Is there any chance she will resign? Is there any chance she will resign before her testimony before the House committee on Monday? That's my question. People are saying no. Why are you so sure? If she really doesn't want to testify. She said she won't in an interview? I didn't see that. People think she won't. Anyways, it's interesting. It's interesting to see a Democratic representative from Philadelphia call for her to resign. All right, so that's a little update. You know, it's been fairly quiet with the Biden stuff today. There was one we talked about this earlier. I'm not going to repeat it. Before the rally, we talked about how there's a congressman from California who called for President Biden to not run today. There were like around a dozen yesterday, Democratic congresspeople, who called on him not to run. Only one today. I have not heard really much new reporting on the Biden situation today. So there's, I think, around 35 members of Congress, Democratic members of Congress, which I think is around 15% of the Democratic members in Congress have openly called for him to not run. But he still says he's running. So we'll have to see what happens. But I didn't know if we'd hear a bunch more, but we really haven't heard much more today. Yeah, as Grotto Rabbit says, Mark Takano. We discussed that earlier, so we talked about that before the rally. Reflector BG says, every day more details emerge about the security failure. So we will be talking about the Secret Service stuff on Monday, because we're going to be covering on Monday the live hearing with the Secret Service director at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We will be covering it live with live video here. So I hope you can join us on Monday morning. Artful Nothing thinks the governor of Kentucky, Bashir, would be a good choice. Well, we'll have to see if he does step down. Maybe he just won't. I have no idea. I can't tell you. We'll take a few more comments here. We're going to take a few more comments. We'll take a few more comments from you guys. But yeah, really, really not much more in terms of big developments today. April Taj thinks he's going to step down on August 9th. They are going to put up Whitmer and Shapiro. Chaz says that would be pretty legendary if he just didn't step down. I hope he doesn't. JCC says, I don't think he will step down even with the pressure. CBEE thinks Biden would look better if he made Secret Service director resign. It's an interesting idea. He hasn't come out and said that much about it. He's talked about letting the investigation play out. I wonder if he'll actually come out and say something stronger. Thanks, Marcus Tullius Cicero, our viewer, who thinks it's about the money. We talked earlier about how there's reporting that the donations are significantly down from major donors. The New York Times reported that the major donors had given half the amount in July that they gave in June to the Biden campaign. So I mean, that I don't know. I don't know how much that's going to factor in. Ultimately, it's up to Biden whether he wants to step aside or not. All right. I think we're getting close to that time. Guys. So, look, we, again, are going to be definitely here, well, unless it gets canceled or something. But the plan is to be here at, where is it here? On Monday at 10 a.m. for the House Oversight Committee meeting where they question the Secret Service Director. So join us on Monday morning. If there's big news before then, we'll come back on the air. But if not, the plan's to be here Monday morning. Oh, thanks FF, who says my favorite part was about the comb over. So, by the way, I missed when he mentioned the comb over. Sometimes I'm like dealing with broadcast stuff here, and I'm not hearing every word. And I heard when he started talking about it. I meant to go back and watch it. I didn't. When the comb over stuff, was he joking about himself? Is that what was going on? That's what I thought was happening, but I wasn't positive. Was he like pointing to a monitor showing him and kind of poking fun at himself? Is that what he was doing? That's what I thought was going on. People are saying yes. I didn't go back and make sure. Okay. So I want to be clear. I don't want to misrepresent what he did. Yeah, self-deprecating, says DLR. Anyways, you can go back and watch that. You can go back and watch the whole thing. The whole thing is on the broadcast. Yes, Doc Doc says he was making fun of himself. That's what it seemed to be was happening. Chaz thinks self-deprecation is new for Trump. Robert says he's very self-deprecating. One of our viewers says he always does this. By the way, it's possible. I haven't watched many of the rallies this past year. So, and I certainly don't want, I'll watch some of them, but not watch it all the way through. So it's possible he does that a bunch. I don't know. Maybe he does that almost every rally. I don't know. LGM for you says first time. I haven't seen it before, but I don't want to claim he doesn't do it because I don't watch all the rallies all the way through. Anyways, the polls only stay up for a limited amount of time. They don't stay up for the whole broadcast. So we'll have more polls soon. Okay, we are gonna, so Monday we'll be back with coverage. If there's big news before then, we'll do coverage before then on whatever big news there is. Hey, subscribe and subscribe to the channel, follow the channel, because we cover all kinds of live breaking news. Subscribe to and follow Agenda Free TV, live breaking news coverage without an agenda. Turn on our notifications. Sign up for our free notifications. They work awesome. We have our own notification system. It's really reliable. It sends you a notification when we're going live. It's free. The mods will post a link to it right now in the chat. It's also in the YouTube and Facebook video description for this broadcast. We do it through Discord. Sign up for the Discord notifications so you don't miss a live stream. Sometimes the platform notifications can be a bit like the YouTube or the Facebook. They can not work or whatever. So the Discord ones are the most reliable. So sign up to those. And you should sign up to the notifications on whatever platform you're watching on too. But make sure you sign up to the Discord ones. So sign up to those. And then also, by the way, thanks to Seth Roth, our member. And thanks again, FF. And also thanks to Emilio1213. And thanks, Minxie. Minxie says Discord notification is the best. I agree. Thank you, Minxie. I appreciate that. So let's thank I appreciate you guys tuning in for our coverage. with Biden updates and the rally coverage, and more coverage to come. Hey, let's thank our moderators. They are awesome. They are the ones who allow us to have chat rooms and have chat. We can have a chat where we have people of different views coming together and being respectful, which is what we want, which is good. So that's all thanks to our mods. So over there on YouTube, people like RJ and Ruth Krafasi and One Way Street. We've had a bunch of mods in and out. Danny James was there. Everybody I thanked earlier as well. All of our YouTube mods, thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X, thank you so much. Over there on Twitch, we had a lot of mods here. People like Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Daily Disclosure, LB Prairie Dawn, McBritches, Sarah Papa Bear, Riff Track, Surly Div. Thank you so much. Twitch mods and all of our other mods there. Ronald Egnor, Margaret Riley have been over there on Facebook. Any others I might be missing over there. Big thanks to our moderators. Really appreciate all of our mods. Thank you. Thanks to everybody who donated too. That's so nice of you guys. You are the ones who keep this channel on the air with your support and allow it to exist and be a full-time news channel. So huge thanks to you. I really appreciate that. And if you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But big thanks to you for your support. And hang on a moment here. I appreciate you guys sending messages, letting me read your comments on the air and sending messages in. So thank you for that. Oh, by the way, our viewer, the student handicap, says of Trump, he isn't going to change the formula that has him so far ahead in the polls. Also noticed he mentioned Kamala Harris a lot more than normal. That's from our viewer, the student handicap. Thank you for sending in your thoughts. The student handicap. Sorry, I missed that before. Oh, Fedora the Explorer says, what's your thought on Trump attacking Bukele, the leader of El Salvador? I will really quick. I should have mentioned this before, but so El Salvador is known in recent years for greatly increasing the amount of people they've put in prison. What I can say is Trump repeated the claim today that he said in the speech at the convention, where he claimed that like El Salvador's drop, he said murders have dropped in El Salvador, and the reason is they're sending all their criminals here. And I don't remember the exact wording, but the implication of what he says is it's not their other policies, it's that they're sending criminals here. So my gut instinct is that probably it has to do in large amount with their domestic policies of putting people in jail. But I haven't researched it. So what I'll say to you guys is I would need to research it, but I'd be really surprised if it turned out that if there's a significant drop in murders in El Salvador, I got to confirm that too, by the way. But if there is, I would be surprised if it was due to their sending criminals to America and not in large part due to their large imprisonment of people, which is what they're known for and is controversial, and some people like it and some people don't. But anyways, no, he said it about El Salvador today. Somebody said he said it about Venezuela, not El Salvador. That is false. He specifically said El Salvador today, and he talked about El Salvador in the convention speech. Now, he also talked about Venezuela. He said similar things about Venezuela, but he did talk about El Salvador both times. Go back and listen to both speeches. Yes, so if you go to Wikipedia, look at Wikipedia. I'm just showing you. Bukele, if I'm pronouncing it right. Okay? Leader of El Salvador. It just says it right there. Bukele initiated a nationwide crackdown on gangs. This resulted in arrests of over 79,000 people with alleged terrorist, blah, blah, blah. Over 12,000 incarcerated at the new terrorism confinement center. The country's homicide rate decreased to 2.4 homicides per 100,000, the second lowest in the Americas. according to this, homicide rate has gone down. But they are also known for increasing greatly the number of people imprisoned in El Salvador. So anyways, that's a thought I have on that. And I can't really intelligently comment on it because I haven't done research on it. But I have never read anywhere else that the drop in murders in El Salvador is due to them sending all their criminals here. But if somebody produces evidence that that's the case, I'm ready to listen. Anyways, that's all I'll say about that. I don't really want to go into detail because it's not something I prepared to talk about. But anyways, you can go look it up, but that's a thought I have. It's interesting. You know, Mother Jones, which is a more left-leaning publication, they had an article, I haven't read it, but I was just kind of skimming through it, where the title of the article is, they're talking about the convention speech, and the title of the article is, "Wait, why did Trump take a jab at the, quote, dictator conservatives love last night?" But they pointed out that a lot of conservatives like Bukele's, a lot of American conservatives, Mother Jones says, like Bukele's crackdown hard approach to crime. And they talk about how Trump went after him at the convention. Anyways, again, I'm glad you brought it up. I thought it was interesting that he repeated it. But I can't really intelligently comment on it beyond what I've said. By the way, in the Mother Jones article, they claim that claim by Trump is false, and they say that the drop in crime there is not due to them sending criminals to the U.S. But that's what Mother Jones says in the article. Again, I haven't researched it. Okay. Anyways, Lois Cox said he did go after him. Okay. We were in the middle of wrapping up, but I did see that question and I realized I hadn't addressed it. So I wanted to, Fedora the Explorer had asked it and I wanted to address the question. So thank you, Fedora, for the question. Okay. Okay, let's keep finishing this up. All right, so I thank the mods. I thanked you guys for watching. I thanked our donors. I appreciate it. I will post news updates on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me there for breaking news updates @Lookner on X. And also follow us on X @AgendaFreeTV. We can stream again on X. See, look, you can see the streams are there again on X. And also, I always post when we're going live on X. I want to say, thanks to our Discord moderators. Also, we do have a Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. And you can find that at the same link as the Discord notifications. So check out, if you sign up for notifications, you can also check out the Discord chat. Or even if you don't sign up for notifications, at the same link, you can check out the Discord chat. And also, if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. Just ask our mods for more information on that. Quick reminder, if you do subscribe on YouTube and you want to turn on the YouTube notifications, you got to do this funky thing where you need to click the notifications bell and then choose all notifications. That's how you get the YouTube notifications on YouTube. Click the bell, choose all notifications. Okay. And a quick reminder, I do have a personal channel. Haven't been on there much lately because it's been so busy with the news, but I do some non-news live streaming on my personal channel called Lookner on YouTube and Look Nerd with a D on Twitch. You can check that out if you'd like. I want to say thanks to our subscribers on Facebook, like Eve Richards and Diane Allworth and Michael Clayton, and Jane Summers, and Robert Rial II, and Ronald Egnor, and Margaret Riley, and Kay Lowry Body, and Billy Joe Drage, and Duster Singer, all of our other subscribers on Facebook. Thank you very much. And also, thank you to our Twitch subscribers, such as Gina Pina, and Shaggy, and Wall Street, and Smelly Cat, and our first-time chatter, Just Blazing on Twitch. And also our other subscribers on Twitch. I really appreciate you watching our channel like a pragmatic realist and supporting the channel. Thank you. And all the others over there. And our YouTube members, big thanks. Big thanks. The one and only Jess C., Paula Faust, Gregory Albright. These are some of our YouTube members. Gringo, Marissa Pugliese, Blissful Essence, Mammy, Amy Washington, Heather N., PZ Papazulu, Lucky Minute, Donald Mulligan, Sandy Poole, Minxie, Alex S., Princess Teapot, Mercy Fishman, Roll Tide, Danny G., Tiffany Gribble, Marge, Don Ladd, Mulligan, Lucas, Layla, and George. Thanks for being members. Marissa Pugliese, King of Fire, Abu Mohandes, Robert Sabarwal, Mythical William Cromer, History Underfoot, Rex Direct, Night of Fire, Overfear, Chris N. Thanks to all of our other YouTube members, Seth Iroth, Marcus Tullius Cicero, Minxie, and Inked Patriot, and others. Big thanks to all of our YouTube members. All right, we are wrapping this up. We are wrapping up this live stream, guys. Okay, so again, really appreciate you joining the stream. We have been covering... Oh, by the way, Biden campaign statement on Trump Michigan rally. Scott McFarlane reports the Biden campaign. To tie it all together, since we covered the Trump rally and we covered some Biden news, we now have a Biden statement on the Trump rally where the Biden campaign said we were promised a new Donald Trump who would unite the country. Instead, all we saw tonight was the same Donald Americans keep rejecting over and over. He's peddling the same lies, running the same campaigns of revenge and retribution. So that is what the Biden campaign says in response to the Trump rally, and that was posted by Scott McFarlane of CBS News. Okay, so there we go. So you got the Biden response. All right, guys. That is it for now. We are wrapping up this live stream. I was just doing a final news check, but if there's big news, we'll come back on the air. Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate you guys all tuning in. And we will see you soon. Thanks everybody else for watching. Shawnee Ann, Amy, and Lori Nance. All of our viewers, Greg Fisher. Thank you for watching. Notorious Rob, Myrna Wheel, our subscriber, Allistic, and everybody else for watching. That is it, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.